Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this afternoon are Aaron Cheng, Carl Nipfel, Zahir Bayat, and Larry Clay. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees who have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when the item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes of allotted speaking time. At other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any panelist controls during a video appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name and address and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you when your 5-minute mark is approaching. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed and may be asked to make a presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised, to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after the speaker has finished the presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or by staff for items in this time slot? Hearing none. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
None for this afternoon.
And are there any files to be closed?
See none.
We'll go now to our agenda of applications, starting with number 21 for FRYBROOK Road. And on this application, committee has before it applicants submitted materials, cover letter from July 21, an arborist report. There is email correspondence from Transportation Services, and there is a staff report from Urban Forestry. There is correspondence in support from number 2 FRYBROOK Road, Judy and Lawrence Tannenbaum. So we'll ask now the speaker, or pardon me, the agent, on this application to join us, please. Do so by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Anthony Gornick. I'm here as agent for FRYBROOK Road.
Thank you very
Can you hear
much. Okay.
Thank you.
Panel members, does anyone require a presentation on this application, or are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt first, Mr. Clay second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions, actually, and it all started, sort of struck me by looking at variance number 6. The property that you're on is a pretty large property, but you're going down from a 50% required rear yard soft landscaping requirement to 25.8. And, pardon me, I was also looking at the site plan, which basically shows that there's an extensive basement way beyond the property for a 7-car garage. So basically, what would normally be pardon me, soft landscaping seems to now be basically a parking garage, a very large parking garage that's like an iceberg, you know, given the comments we've heard about iceberg structures. This appears to be one of those. Can you speak to it, please?
Yes, so we are proposing an inverted driveway that will take the homeowners down to a parking area that, based on the illustration on the site plan where it's noted as rear courtyard and proposed swimming pool, that area below that will be indoor parking. If I may, I wouldn't consider this really an iceberg home per se. It's going down one level. We're at the basement level with this garage. We're not going subterranean below the basement. So the proposed garage is at the basement level, and in doing so, we've created these cabanas along the far right on the illustrated site plan, and we've created a series of walls that sort of define a courtyard from from FRYBROOK. So if you were standing on FRYBROOK looking back at the home, the area in front of this wall and in front of the home will be fully landscaped with the shrubbery. The existing trees that are there will be maintained, and in front of the landscape wall that sort of defines the courtyard on the right hand side there, that will all be green space. So if a neighbor or anybody were to walk by this site, the area defined as hardscaping would not be visible from any vista per se.
Sorry to belabor this, but one might argue that basically you're hiding the iceberg. You know, essentially you've got a basement that's really extended all the way to the edge of the pool, housing 7 vehicles. So there is no soft landscaping on the top. You know, it's not what people will see from the outside. We're thinking of the environmental issues related to this. So that's where I come from. So I'm just trying to figure out how this is justified. I find it really difficult to absorb.
Okay, so if I may again, so the existing condition that's there currently is actually identical to what we're proposing. So we have a 2-car garage where we have one of the cabanas noted on this site plan. Behind that garage is stone patios and a swimming pool. So if I may, the existing condition that's there currently is virtually identical to what we're proposing. The only difference that we're doing here is that we've actually created a concrete structure that'll support this courtyard, enabling us to create an area for needed parking for the family members.
Tell me this, the actual depth of soil on the part of the structure that is below grade and extending out so far, the actual depth of soil on top of the concrete roof of that structure is how deep?
The depth of soil. So
The depth of soil, yeah.
So I'd say our excavation is going to be 10 feet at most. It's basically the excavation is the depth of the same as the basement level.
No, I don't think I'm not expressing
Sorry,
myself.
I'm not
The depth of the soil. How much soil is there? You have this large chunk of basement that extends out from the footprint at surface level of the building.
Yes.
How much soil is there between the surface and the roof of that large subterranean extension?
I still don't clearly understand, but if I were to say, so the back wall.
If I was to take a shovel and start digging in the backyard, how
Yes.
deep am I going to have to go before I hit the roof of the underground garage?
Nothing. It's actually going to be stone patio. So we're going to have a stone patio that might be 2 inches thick, and then we'll have the concrete ceiling of the garage. So there's no soil there per se. It's a patio area.
Okay,
Chair,
so-
Chair, I don't mean to interrupt here, and I know this is an important issue. We'll come back to it. But this is, my suggestion would be, this is a large development with 13 variances, each of which are quite significant. I think we'd all benefit if we asked the agent for a presentation first, because I think there's a lot going on here, and I think we'd all like to hear it.
I think that's a good idea. So, Agent, we are going to ask you please to present your application to us, and you have 5 minutes to do that. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so if I may, I mean, I did submit a covering letter to the committee members. The exact covering letter was hand-delivered to all the neighboring homes in the direct vicinity, explaining our application. As noted, we do have 13 variances. Some of them I find are sort of intersected. So in my covering letter, I grouped them into 7 categories. If that was appropriate. And the first category was basically addressing the dwelling or building length and the building depth, which is part and parcel of your first questions with regards to the courtyard and related swimming pool and cabanas on the right-hand side of that of the presented site plan. So, I mean, I can kind of ramble off the variances in meters, but the current home currently does have committee of adjustment decisions that sort of are part and parcel of some of the variances that we're asking for today. So part of my explanation just a few minutes ago was that the rear patios and related swimming pool that currently exist are fundamentally the same. The only difference is that we are creating this underground parking storage area for the homeowners. But I think visually, from any perspective, nothing really changes from an existing condition. As for the permitted floor space index, 0.35 times the lot area is actually allowed, and we're proposing 0.86 times the lot area. Equally, the current home that's there now did have a previous committee of adjustments decision that was part and parcel of a lot area, and we currently have 0.63 times the lot area as approved from 2014. The permitted maximum area for each platform, so these are platforms on the second story, as you know, is 4 square meters is the allowable, and we're proposing to have a platform area of 33.04 square meters. Again, currently, the home that exists there today does have a committee of adjustments decision from 2014 that allows for 28 square meters. The proposed platform that we have in our proposal today is in primarily the same location that actually exists. So I believe that from a neighboring perspective, there's no new condition that we're proposing in our submission today. So for the minimum required front yard setback and related side yard setbacks, we are proposing a front yard setback, or we're seeking to get a front yard setback of 4.58 meters, where we currently have a front yard setback of 10 meters. The neighbor to the north, if there is an impact, would be to the neighbor to the north. I have had a meeting with him and a few kind of discussions back and forth, explaining the variances to him, and he seems to be in agreement with our proposal. And if there are any impacts, he seems to be quite comfortable with what we're doing. For rear yard soft landscaping, I mean, I hope I addressed the comments clearly in your questions to me a few minutes ago, but yeah, we are seeking to have 25.8% of the rear yard as soft landscaping when 50% is required. The auxiliary structures we're proposing on this 3D model that you have on your screen right now, they're off to the right-hand side. The majority of the variances related to coverage is actually an open area, kind of connecting the two kind of cabanas. So by this creating a kind of a privacy barrier, a strong visual from the street, and an area just for outdoor entertaining that'll be used periodically. So, and the final variances, or the final two variances in my grouping of 7, would be related to the vehicle access in the inverted driveway coming off of Dunvegan. So currently, the site has a 2-car garage access from FRYBROOK, which is a requirement under the zoning code, where we're seeking a variance to actually have the access come off of Dunvegan, and I believe we have a staff report from transportation that actually endorses this, and that is basically my addressing all my variances in a grouping of 7. I hope this is okay in doing so.
Yes, your time is up now, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Did the applicant, did I miss it? Did he speak to overall height? I didn't hear that.
Okay, your question about height, then
Variance number 13. I didn't hear, maybe I missed it.
Oh, 13 was, oh yeah, so that's under the old bylaw. Sorry, so I was addressing the variance 13 maximum height is 13 meters. The new dwelling will have a height of 14 meters. So I guess we have, this is under the old code. So we do have we're allowed to have a maximum height that actually meets the existing condition, which we actually are. So the existing condition that's there now, and in my package of drawings, there is on one of the pages, if staff can bring up my page 08.1, that's okay. Yes, so there's a photograph of the house. Off to the side, we do have the heights kind of delineated, and our proposed design is in keeping with it, is actually an existing condition.
Sorry,
So
just to be clear,
Yes.
you're saying your new build is the same height as the existing dwelling?
It's actually lower. So off to the side, I think we have noted 11.25 meters. Can you blow that up, please? What does that say there? Sorry. Oh, 12.5 meters. Yeah, so that's the existing condition at the site.
But you're asking
Oh
for.
yeah, we're asking for 14. Sorry, so we
14,
are exceeding that slightly.
So you're exceeding the current condition by almost 2 meters.
We are 1.5 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Nipfel? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gornick, can you, by reference to the site plan, show me where the 24.2% soft landscaping is in the rear yard?
Well, it would be the area excluding the swimming pool.
No, that's not soft landscaping. It's hard landscaping.
I believe the pool is, if I remember correctly, I think the pool is excluded in the calculations.
Yeah, but I don't, as far as on that elevation or in that plan, there is no soft landscaping. It's pavement all the way around the pool and underneath the pavilion, and then there's the pool and the 2 smoking rooms. As I see it, you don't have any soft landscaping in the rear yard.
We have a small area on the opposite side of the stone wall. So on the site plan, we do have an area from the proposed the stone feature wall towards the property line.
What stone feature wall?
So
Where?
we have the property line delineated as a dark line.
Where? Yes.
And then we have the wall that's kind of has little angular hatching on it. So there's an area there that's landscape, and I believe
Where? Between the wall and the street line?
Yes,
That's not 24% of your backyard, though.
and the swimming pool.
The swimming pool is not soft landscaping.
And as per the calculations from the zoning staff member, it is.
I don't think that's the way it's been applied in the past, but I stand to be corrected. Maybe the Deputy Secretary Treasurer can correct me if I'm wrong. That's surprising.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just reading what soft landscaping, the definition under the new bylaw states, and it says means landscaping excluding hard surface areas such as decorative stonework, retaining walls, walkways, or other hard surface landscape architectural elements.
So a swimming pool is actually, when it's drained, it's all concrete. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the first time I've ever heard of a swimming pool being considered soft landscaping.
I mean, the zoning, when we received the zoning notice back from staff, I mean, that was their calculation. And
Yeah, Carl, this happened in a couple other files. I always thought the same thing, but yes, in fact, it is considered, it's either exempt from the calculation or it's considered soft. Or it's not considered soft, it's actually exempt from the calculation. That's what I mean.
So if it's exempt.
If
from
that's
the-
exempt,
How does that work?
is that a question for me?
Well, I'm trying to find, if you're asking for approval to have 25.8% soft landscaping, I'm just trying to find out where it is. And the space between that decorative wall and the street line isn't enough. So
mm-hmm.
Oh, I appreciate
if the swimming pool is considered soft, that's unusual. I've never heard that before.
Neither, I don't think I have either.
Once we bring up the zoning notice. and see
If
how
it's exempt, then it is exempt, then it's not part of the calculation. We still don't see where half of what remains is soft landscaping.
And just to correct, the area under I understand that you have trouble digging down where there's the underground parking garage, but that only occurs on the one side of the pool. The area that could potentially be soft landscaping is the area under the covered pavilion, and it isn't labeled, but I'm assuming from your isometric drawing that it's paved as well, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The area that's underneath the pavilion can you go back to the site plan for a second? The area underneath the pavilion, the covered pavilion, you've got the two buildings, the cabana and the smoking room, and then you've got this trellised area. The area underneath the trellis is paving, right?
It's a patio area for furniture placement, correct?
So it's paved.
Yes.
I really seriously question whether variance number 6 is correct. I have real problems with that.
Through you.
Because as the chairman indicated, it's not a matter of whether or not people can see green or not see green. The issue is the soft landscaping is to provide for, when rainwater comes down, that there's some way for it to disperse. In this property, if it rains, the water goes on paving almost exclusively or on the pool, and in no case is it dispersed into the ground. And that's the objective, as I understand it, behind the variance you're seeking under number 6. And I would argue that, from my understanding, it doesn't comply with the bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just reading through the zoning review, and it does include the water surface of the swimming pool.
As soft landscaping?
Yes.
Okay.
Good Lord.
Yes.
This has happened in a couple of other files that I've been on, and it is a little bit head scratching.
Okay, that being as it may, applicant, tell us then why you're still, the reason we're concerned about this is that soft landscaping has become a very sharp focus for the committee and for the city because of the intent that every property do its full share of the work in terms of absorbing rainfall from abnormally heavy storms, which we are seeing with climate change. So every property is supposed to do part of the job, and this property, with that deficiency in number 6, this property is failing to do its part of the job. So how do you justify that?
Well, I mean, during construction on past projects, we've created French drains, and we can do a series of them that will be below the garage level, and we can have a series of rainwater leaders that collect the water off the patios, and we're going to need to have a water management program for the site, and we can have a series of French drains that would be below the subterranean or the lower level garage. And we also have some green space here towards FRYBROOK. We can also create French drains that are below grade into big gravel pits, and that water slowly dissipates into the ground. So I do believe we have enough sort of science that could back an ability to control water flow.
Other questions, panel? Or if Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gornick, if this receives approval, would you be agreeable to having all the paving in the rear yard the type that allows for penetration of water, so that it's permeable and allows water to go through the surface?
Well, in doing so, we're going to have to. My answer could be yes. It would be I would have to create like a drainage system below the permeable pavers.
Exactly.
That would accumulate the water and then discharge to a controlled water management system that would be below the garage level. Yes, there is.
But that would only apply to where the garage is. In the other areas, for instance, under the covered pavilion and to the end of the pool, you could just have permeable pavers there, and depending on how they were set, the water could percolate through into the soil, because there's soil underneath those, right? Like the garage only extends to the one end and the other side of the pool.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
A question for you. Why on such a very ample lot have you seen the need to well, my question is, why can't side yard setbacks be respected on such a large lot?
The side yard setback variance is related to a retaining wall that acts as a side wall of a garage that's subterranean. So where the home structure is, it's the dark black line with the shaded gray area. Those setbacks are very generous, and we're maintaining 3.64 meters here on the left-hand side, as illustrated on the site plan, and we have a little bump out area at the back. But the setback variance is really related to the retaining wall and a side garage wall that's subterranean.
That's subterranean.
And
Okay,
if I may,
let me ask you there.
landscape-
Let me ask you there. If I was to go there with my shovel and start to dig, how deep do I go before I strike the top of the garage?
The top of the garage is one step down from the finished first floor onto a patio. And then after that, we have, a concrete mass to support all this patio work. And then we have the ceiling of the garage. So we're not proposing to go, sub basement level for a garage, which we have done in past projects. So this is not, we're trying to simplify the construction method here by creating ample parking for the homeowner's needs, and doing so in a sort of a cost-effective measure, and also doing so in a way where we're not changing too much from the existing conditions. So the current home that's there now is fairly large in scale. The patios that are there off to the right-hand side on the site plan are fundamentally the same. So when we're finished with this construction, if we receive positive consideration today,
Yes,
we're not changing much.
Okay, fine. Okay, panel members, are there any further questions for Mr. Byatt? Go.
Sorry, not a question, but perhaps I'll leave it till we're in committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so at this point, let's take the application into committee for some discussion and moving toward a motion. So we're now in committee panel, and Mr. Byatt, go ahead first, please.
Yeah, just some comments. And I understand this is a huge lot. I understand that the owners are able to afford a fairly large, substantial home. What I just find quite difficult to accept is this massive underground garage, which basically two sides of the swimming pool, it's basically all concrete. The question you asked about how deep do I have to dig before I hit some soil? Well, it sounds like there is no soil below the paving stones. I think in many other applications that we've dealt with over the years, and more particularly in the recent past, we've had individuals who've asked for soft landscaping variances, and we've been able to work with it. In this case, I just find that it's almost as if because we can do it, we will do it, rather than thinking long term in terms of the environmental issues that we are now all facing, and it's a global event. It's not a localized event. So I find this extremely difficult to accept, and I don't believe I will be supporting this particular application.
Thank you. Other comment? Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a new build, and it's a very expansive house, but again, it's a very large lot. I have trouble with the rear yard landscaping and the fact that this is contributing to overflow problems in the community. I don't agree that the community should have to pay the impact of a smoking room, a pavilion that's got paving under it, and a cabana. I think that whole area at the back could, in fact, without altering the scheme substantially, could all be soft landscaping. And if you wanted to have a patio with a trellis over it, that could be attached to the building. I think the rear yard needs a lot more consideration. I'm very concerned that this would be a precedent. I don't have the same concern with the underground parking, because I think technically it can be dealt with, but I do have problems with the rear yard landscaping, notwithstanding the fact that it may be somewhat an existing condition.
Thank you. Mr. Clay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. When I first started reading this application, and I think I read it over 2 or 3 times, what came to mind was a lot of variances which are exceeded in not an insignificant way. Height, depth, setbacks, even, the coverage of the cabanas, the coverage exceeds bylaw by substantial amount, and the height of the cabana even exceeds everything. So it's generous in its intent to use as much of this rather large lot as possibly can. Having said that, this is a neighborhood which is characterized, if you drove around it, you'd see homes much larger in some respects, much taller now. So I'm not sure. I'm going to say that those areas where those variances are exceeding are out of character with the neighborhood. But I do agree with Carl and part of what Zahir was saying about the soft landscaping. It is, I think, unacceptable on a lot this large in this neighborhood to expect us to approve half of what is required under the bylaw as being acceptable. And I'm not even sure, as we've discussed, not even sure where that 25% actually is. So I do have difficulty. I'm not as, having heard the presentation and had this discussion and knowing what this neighborhood is like, I don't think that the largeness of the house and the auxiliary buildings are frankly out of character with similar builds in the neighborhood. But I find I'm really struggling. I don't think I can support variance number 6. I just think that this is the kind of thing needs to go back to the drawing board, and a little bit more effort put into finding a way to satisfy the rear yard landscaping requirement. So, if from my perspective, I'm not supportive of variance number 6.
Okay. Any further comment, Mr. Chang? Any comment on this?
No, no addition. I think that the rear landscape is really a big compromise on the project. The house, you need the footings, you need the foundation anyway, so I understand about the parking, they can be resolved, but yeah, item number 6 is not something we can easily swallow, so I wouldn't support that as well.
And nor would I. I think the soft landscaping issue is certainly a large contribution by the underground structure to the soft landscaping issues at the surface, and so I'm not able to support this application either. So I do look to someone for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your comments, because it helps clarify my own. I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application as is.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is moved and seconded to refuse. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Those in dissent. Okay, let the record show that Mr. Clay and Mr. Chang are in dissent. The motion is carried, and the application is refused. And with that, panel moves to number 22. 249 Greenwood Avenue. On this application, the only materials that are before us are those submitted by the applicant. And we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hi, Bart, you've been unmuted.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Bart Soki. I'm the architect on the project. I'm wondering if staff could bring up there's a support document, a map and photos. Okay, thanks very much. Could you just scroll up to the map? There we are. Thanks. This map just to illustrate that there's a number of locations in the neighborhood where committee approved either reduced or no parking spaces, addressing our variance for reduced parking spaces, and the parking space size. There's a couple of parking space size reductions that were approved, and we are asking only for a reduction in the parking space size of about roughly about 24 centimeters, so not much of a reduction. And if you could scroll up to the photos on the next page, or down rather. Okay, so on the upper photo of the existing, so the building and the subject building is on the far right, and what we're looking at is the Gerard Street elevation, which is the north side of the property. The front that's around the far right corner that faces Greenwood is so that's the front address, and then of course the back of
just a second, applicant. I'm sorry, I don't know that I asked you for a presentation, so I'm just going to stop you there for a moment. let's see if the panel have any questions for you. And whether they'd like do we need a presentation, panel? We're not hearing that we need a presentation, Mr. Zoki. So, does anyone have questions about the application for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Just a quick one. In the purpose, last sentence says also to convert an existing integral garage into a personal service shop. What exactly would this look like, a personal service shop? I'm not quite sure.
The owner, my client, is intends to set up a business for massage there.
Okay, so it's not anything to do with an auto business, but a massage situation. Okay, thank you.
Other questions, panel? Not hearing any. I think we can therefore take the application into, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is an asset to the community. The area is very dilapidated, and I think by adding another tenancy on the street, they're going to add some life to the street. And new construction is going to be, in my view, much more agreeable than the rather dilapidated state of the current affairs. I don't see that there's a negative side to this application. I'd like to move approval without condition.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded, Mr. Clay. Moved and seconded to approve without condition. Those in favor, hands shown. Unanimous vote to carry the motion. The application's approved. Number 23, 38 Holland Park. On this application, we have the submitted materials. There is correspondence from Transportation on July 25th and again on August the 3rd. And there are 10 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants on Holland Avenue, Robina Avenue, and Cedric Avenue. So let's have the agent join us. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Mike Oliver. I'm here representing 38 Holland Park Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design, located at 911 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, any questions here for the applicant? Okay, we'll go Mr. Byatt first, Mr. Nipfel second.
Thank you. Just a question. I wonder if the applicant could speak to variance number 9.
Yes, so first thing I want to bring up is we have spoken to Transportation and Community Planning, and with those discussions, we've opted to remove the need for variance number 9 completely. If you were to pull up our proposed basement floor plan, just for a moment, I can show you what the change is here. Just keep scrolling. So that's our existing garage, and we're actually going to bring it back to this layout for the garage portion. So we'll no longer need that variance. Initially, if you go to the next page, you'll see our original proposal. There just wasn't time after the discussions to submit a new one. But we had pushed the wall back for the garage, so we're no longer going to do that. We're still going to have the mudroom accessible from the garage, but that's all interior work. It doesn't necessarily affect our numbers, except for the fact that we no longer need variance number 9. And with community planning's discussions as well, our client has opted to do permeable pavers where possible for the new portion of the driveway in the front.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so variance number 9, just so I'm clear here, are you dropping variance number 9?
Correct.
Okay, so then that's the only variance that is being deleted, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we will officially do that. We'll remove variance number 9 from the application. We're now dealing then with an amended application. Okay, further questions? Hearing none, I think we can take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this particular application is quite sound. I don't see any major issues with it. I think the one issue that transportation also referenced, which is now withdrawn, makes it easier to for me certainly to support this application. And if colleagues don't have any other comments, I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve. Just trying to see if there are any other. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached to this.
Very good, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Cheng. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show
As
of
amended.
hands.
As amended.
As
Thank you.
amended, pardon me, as amended, without variance 9, yes. I'm sorry, I think that was a unanimous vote. Do you mind if I ask for that show of hands once again, please? It was a unanimous vote. So motion carried by unanimous vote. The application is approved. Thank you. Number 24 is 163 Ashdale. And the only materials that we are dealing with here are those that were in the application. We'll ask the applicant now to join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. I am the architect and the agent for this application. I believe the proposal before you is minor and meets the 4 tests. I'm happy to make a presentation if you like, or answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks very much. Okay. Panel members, any need of a presentation here? Questions for the applicant? Okay, not hearing Mr. Goldman. Any requests for presentation or even questions for you? So, that being the case, let's take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I'd like to move approval without any conditions. This is a very minor application in terms of a building that fits very comfortably with the existing vocabulary of buildings on either side. It extends back about the same distance as others in the area. And I can't see that it is introducing any negative impacts into the community.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, show of hands, please. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and approve the application. Number 25. 6 Bank Street. We have materials submitted with the application and support correspondence from number 8 Bank and number 4 Bank, which would appear to be the 2 neighbors, one on either side. Let's have the applicant join us.
Hi, my name is Deep Sahota, and the address of the subject property is 6 Bank Street, Toronto, and I'm located at 6060 Yonge Street.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Okay, panel
Good
members.
afternoon.
Questions for this applicant. Mr. Nipfel, followed by Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are the variances that you have before us, are they by and large existing conditions? I can't see that you're actually changing very much.
Exactly. The only variance that's not an existing condition is variance number 4. We're requesting a 0.04 increase in FSI because we are actually removing the door that connects the house and the existing enclosed porch. So that essentially counts as part of the square footage in the house, the existing enclosed porch. So that's it.
That's variance number 5, I believe, right?
That is variance number
It's on the screen.
4.
No, 4 has to do with front yard landscaping space.
Sorry, my bad. My bad. Yeah, that would be on the screen, variance number 5, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, I think we can take this application into committee. For a motion, please. Mr. Clay.
Yeah, sure, I'll take this one. It's, this is very, very straightforward, quite minor, all existing conditions with the exception of the FSI. It looks like they're trying to mirror the work on the front that the adjacent semi's done, which I think would add to its attractiveness. No impact on the community, very straightforward. I move approval, no conditions.
Thank you. Seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote. Motion carried, application approved. Number 26. 69 Elderwood Drive. We have the submission materials and a cover letter from the agent from August the 3rd. So, checking with you, moderator, how many registered speakers do we have standing by in opposition?
One of the two.
Okay, let's have the agent then join us. Please state your name.
Speaking about the agent for the applicant?
Agent for the applicant, please.
It's Martin Rendell. I was just waiting to be unmuted. Martin Rendell for the applicant, 35 Delburn Drive, Toronto.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please go ahead.
Sure. This is an application for a new 3-story detached dwellings. I think the variances are fairly straightforward and with respect minor. I did provide in my cover letter the planning rationale dealing with the variances. Quickly going through them, the front yard variance is for less than a 1-inch variance on the front yard. If you look at the site plan, the front wall of the dwelling lines with the adjacent dwelling to the east at number 69. The floor space variance is provided in the appendix to my letter, a series of approvals in the area. The proposed FSI, first of all, is accommodated within the general building envelope of the zoning bylaw in terms of building height, building depth, and length. And the actual FSI number of 0.737 is consistent with the range of variances granted for similar properties with similar zonings in the area. The third variance deals with the area of the second floor rear terrace. And on the plan that I've included in my letter, I've outlined the area of that terrace. The terrace does not extend beyond the main rear wall of the dwelling. And in fact, it has a solid wall on either side, so there are limited opportunities for overlook or impacts on privacy, in my opinion, from the way where the terrace is located and the fact that it is really inset within the perimeter of the new dwelling. There's a side yard setback variance on the east side. You can see that on the site plan here. 0.9 meter setback is adjacent to a setback at the adjacent property that generally varies between 0.2 meters and 0.3 meters. The proposed setback at number 69 maintains adequate space for maintenance on that side of the dwelling. The westerly side yard, which meets the bylaw requirements, will be used as the pedestrian access between the front and rear yards. The last variance is for the height of the exterior side walls, and the intent of regulating the height of side walls is to basically have the height of those walls at 8.5 meters match the eaves line, and then the roof carries on above that in terms of the rest of the building height. Again, in my letter, I've included the side elevations. The variance for the exterior side walls does not apply to the entirety of each of the side walls. The variances are invoked because the architect has chosen to turn the corner with siding and other materials from the front elevation. And it's really minor portions of each of the two side elevations that are subject to the variance. The eaves on the sloped roof are basically at an 8.5, 8.6 meter height and meet the intent of the bylaw. In summary, then, it's my view that the variances are minor, desirable for the property, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee or others.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rendell, in your written submission and also in your presentation just now, you referred to the second floor rear balcony. I believe it's on the front of the house, is it not? The one that's enclosed by the walls faces the street, not the backyard. If you look at the front elevation, it shows it above the garage, and then there's another balcony, not nearly as deep, on the third floor, but they both, see, there's the rear, and that's just a Juliet balcony. The front.
Sorry.
Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Niffel. Sorry, but the condition I described is the same.
Yeah, and it's on the front. Thanks.
Chair, I wonder if I could just pop in just on I know you're not asking for an overall height variance, but is the bylaw for this area, is it 11 meters? Do you know?
It's probably 10, sir.
So, but your overall, it must be more than 10, or you'd be requiring an overall height variance, right?
Sure. Yeah. We are complying with the height.
Yeah. So I'm just wondered whether you knew what the overall height. It must be 11 in this neighborhood.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, we have a registered speaker standing by. Let's go now to them. Join us, please, by stating your name.
Yes, my name is Mitchell Brown. You can hear me okay?
We hear you very clearly, yes. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, committee members. Yes, I'm the owner of 67 Elderwood, the house to the east of the applicant of the application. And I've lived there for 23 years. I lived there with my wife, and we are very familiar with the nature of the development in the area, and understand that the applicant is interested in building a large home, a large 3-story home with balconies and oversized second level terrace and elevator, etc. And we're actually, that's not the source of my concern. The overall size is not the problem. So I have 2 concerns. One, I'm not sure if the Committee of Adjustments can even help me with this one, because I don't really think it requires a variance, but the plan does call for a 3rd floor sunroom, which I believe has a glass wall that facing east, which would just overlook my property, look down on our property from the 3rd floor. My other concern relates to where the house is situated, and specifically the 4th variance which is sought, which is a variance to the side yard setback. The current house is 1.52 meters from the lot line. That's the house being torn down. The new proposal is to eliminate 40% of that, so it's down to 0.9 meters from the lot line, whereas the bylaw would require, I believe it's 1.2. My concern is I think there'll be some loss of light, but not a lot because it's facing a wall anyhow. But I think it does put our house at unnecessary risk of damage during construction, and it's just unnecessarily close to our house. And I'm going to speak in a second of why I'm saying unnecessarily. So our house is not one of the new ones. It's 90 years old, although it's been remodeled and we take excellent care of it, and it's a very updated house, but it's on the 90-year-old foundation, and the bones of it are that old, and the excavation being like a foot closer than which you know, I'm more comfortable talking in terms of feet, and it is approximately 1 foot variance that's being sought. And my position here is they can build the same house and not have it on the encroach on, or I don't know if encroach is the right word, but not require this variance on our side. On the other side, on the west side, they're adjacent to a rear yard of a multi-unit residential property, and the identical house could have been built by being a foot closer to that side lot line. And currently, the existing access to the rear yard, the pedestrian access, is between our two houses on the east side. And they're now proposing it to move it to the west side, and it's not very intuitive to me because the driveway is on the east side. You would think it would connect to the driveway. The plans were never presented in advance, so we couldn't have discussed it. But I think without a tangible reason for putting the house, for getting the side lot variance on the east side as opposed to the west, it should be called into question. So if it is routine to give a 1 foot variance, then I think the committee still has to factor in the impact on the neighboring property. And although it's not a huge impact, it is entirely unnecessary. So I think the committee can use its discretion to recognize that where the options available to build a house here or like a foot closer to someone's rear yard as opposed to a foot closer to somebody's house that is, you know, just a couple feet away, especially when the house is old and about to be disturbed by excavation. I think the committee should use its discretion to require the applicant to minimize the
Your time is up. Make a final comment, please.
Okay, so I'm feel that the committee could use its discretion to require the applicant to perform this construction without imposing on a nearby adjacent house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question for you. Your house is set back from that common lot line by what distance?
It's I forget in meters, it's about 7 inches or something along those lines, as the neighboring as their property was on the west, currently is on the west side.
No,
they're very close to the lot lines.
No. You said that the subject property, the existing house there is 1.25 meters from the lot line.
On our side.
On your side. On your side. How far is your house from that lot line?
about 7 inches. I can't remember, but I know it's about 7 inches.
7 inches?
Yes, it's very close to the lot line.
It's that close, and the neighbor
it's
is...
It's almost on the lot line.
Oh, okay. And the neighbor is 1.25. Huh. And that's because, did you say that that's because the subject property currently has its rear yard walkway along that side? Or did I get that wrong?
The current pedestrian access for these applicants' property is between our two houses, so it's on the east side of their house.
It's okay, so it's using up part of that 1.25. Okay. Okay. Other questions for the speaker? Pardon me, panel members. Okay then. Let's go back then to the applicant to hear his response and in rebuttal on this. Applicant.
In terms of Mr. Mitchell's comment about the side yard setback and the impact on light and privacy and the sunroom on the east side, the facing wall on Mr. Mitchell's house is largely a blank wall. There's 2 small windows up on the 2nd floor. So in terms of the impact on light, there's really minor windows on his wall to even receive light. And I'd suggest that whether it's a 1.2 meter setback or a 0.9 meter setback as proposed, the effect in terms of light penetrating into a side yard that, as he said, is 7 inches from the lot line, to me is minor. The views from the sunroom to the east, again, the sunroom, if you look on the 3rd floor plans, is set in from the walls, the west wall of the house. Again, it's a normal situation to have windows facing adjacent houses from properties. The other matter Mr. Mitchell has raised is the impact on his house from the excavation required for the new house with the, and he's focused on the setback of 0.9 meters. Again, this to me is not an issue related to the merits of the variance. Construction and potential effects of a building nature on adjacent property is a matter that, in my view, is dealt with all the time in the city of Toronto in terms of excavations that are close to property lines.
On that issue, you're quite right. That's a construction issue, and that is beyond the purview of the Committee of Adjustment. There is recourse that one can take during construction, but it is not part of our consideration today. Correct. Okay. Other questions? Okay. So anything else you want to say in rebuttal?
No, I think that covers it, sir.
Questions then, panel, for the applicant? I'll perhaps begin. My question to you is your response to the suggestion that Mr. Mitchell put forward, which would be to move your entire proposed structure to the west by 0.35 of a meter, so that the setback was maintained on his side of the property, and you became closer to the rear lot line, the rear yard of the other side. What do you think about that suggestion?
Well, frankly, sir, I don't think it's necessary or required. Mr. Mitchell's concerns about the setback primarily deal with his concern about excavation that close to the property. And again, I think that is adequately dealt with by the city through its approvals of the building permits and other matters during construction. If the house were moved, if you shifted it 3 meters to the west, we'd need a variance on that side because that side complies with the 1.2 meter setback now.
Yeah, we don't mean 3 meters, we mean 0.35 of a meter. But we're talking about 0.35 of a meter, correct?
Yeah, you're just moving the variance to the other side.
Right. Okay, panel members, any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, then Mr. Nipfel.
Just a quick one. I noticed that there's going to be a new paved driveway. Any indication of using permeable materials for that driveway, the new driveway?
Yeah, I don't have any information on that, sir. So I can't answer what the intended material is.
Would you be okay with a condition that indicates that it has to be permeable materials?
I'm not the owner and I can't get any direction from them, but if that's the direction of the committee, sure, I'd accept it.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Mine isn't so much a question as a comment. I was convinced, by the way, by Mr. Mitchell's argument. The current situation is the existing house is on the west property line and it is set back from the east property line. As Mr. Mitchell indicated, the west property line abuts a rather substantial rear yard, and moving the building slightly closer to that property line as versus the east property line would, I would argue, introduce less difficulties for the adjacent owners. So I'm in favor of his suggestion. I guess my question would be, if my colleagues agreed with me, would that change variance number 4 to be the dwelling will be located 0.9 meters from the west property line? Would that be the arrangement that would, because I don't see voting against the application, but I do think that Mr. Mitchell made a very valid point.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, I think we're ready to take this application into committee then.
I still need the applicant to answer that.
Oh, you want the answer to that? Pardon me, I thought you were saying it was a comment. Go ahead, applicant.
No, well, I need him to answer whether, if what Mr. Mitchell had suggested was to happen, then variance number 4, Mr. Randall, would variance number 4 then read the dwelling will be located 0.9 meters from the side west lot line? Does that then work?
Well, it does. I mean, what you're doing is just taking the 0.9 meters. We have 0.25 on the west now, and the west setback against Mr. Mitchell would be 1.2 meters to comply with the bylaw, and it would become 0.9 on the west side.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have to be careful because this is not what was circulated as part of the public notice.
Right. Okay, there's a complication. So let's take it into committee for discussion and moving toward a motion. Okay. So panel members, I happen to like the idea too. But
I think Mr. Mitchell raised a valid point. There is the flexibility to change this. It sounds from the advice we're getting from staff that the only way we could do that would be to defer the application, which I think is a reasonable alternative in this case. I think Mr. Mitchell made a very valid point. There's a lot of space on the west. It's very narrow on the east. Why not give the property owner on the east a bit more space? And I don't think it was just view. I think it was actually the ability to move down that side of the house. So I would be in favor of a deferral for that reason.
Okay. Mr. Byatt.
If the deferral suggestion that Mr. Niffel's making is one that we do go forward with, I think it might also be an opportunity to ask the applicant to make sure that the driveway is indicated as being permeable, since he said he can't really 100% tell us.
Okay,
Whoever the owner is, they can communicate with them and come back with that as well.
okay. Any further comment, or are we ready for?
It's unfortunate that we have to defer this one, right? I mean, this is an example of maybe an issue that could have been resolved before bringing it to committee.
Absolutely.
It's through some sort of discussion. I do note that there is a 3-story walk-up on the other side, which looks like it's going to be redeveloped. But I mean, the impact, I think, would have been less obviously on that side than the side that has an existing residence on it. So I just think here's a classic example where good consultation amongst neighbors would have avoided this and sped up the application process. So just more of a comment.
Okay.
Yes,
Anyone
we're
ready
talking
with the
about
motion?
300 millimeters here.
Pardon me, Mr. Chen, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that we're talking about 300 millimeters here.
Right.
And we request them to defer. I don't know, I tend to just approve the application. I don't think that 30 centimeter is going to make such a big impact, which, I mean, we also have to look at the applicant's right as well. I'm trying to balance both.
Okay. Is anyone ready with a motion?
Talking about 4 months at least delay, right, with the lineup now.
Yes. Okay. Is anyone ready with a motion then?
I guess I'll make a motion to approve as is, with the condition of having permeable paving.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
That motion is seconded by Mr. Clay. So moved and seconded to approve with permeable pavers. Those in favor? Those opposed? So let the record let the record show that the motion is defeated, and by a vote of 3-2. So looking for a new motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask the advice of the Secretary Treasurer?
Go ahead.
Is there any other way of, you know what we're trying to do, is there any other way of doing it other than a deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. It's not
then
what was part of the circulation. It's not what was shown on the plans.
Okay.
So
We understand.
this is
Okay.
the only option at this point.
Okay.
Okay, then I would move deferral to allow the applicant to adjust the east side yard setback or to increase the east yard setback and to provide permeable pavers on the driveway.
Does that motion have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. On the new motion, those in favor, please show of hands. Okay. Oh, okay. It looks like a unanimous vote to approve. Okay.
And I can change my mind.
I think I voted against it just because I share Aaron's concern that it's a very minor change and it's going to delay this thing forever. But if deferral gets this thing done in a reasonable time, then let's do it.
Exactly.
I agree with you and Aaron completely. What stands out to me, and you mentioned it already, Larry, is consultation is worth its weight in gold. Consultation could have solved this problem and would have prevented a deferral.
For sure.
For sure. Well, the vote is taken. It's unanimous to carry the motion. The application is thereby deferred. And panel moves on to number 27. (228) Willard Avenue. Before us are submission materials and 6 form letters in support signed by occupants of Willard and Ostend Avenue. And we'll ask the agent to join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon again, committee. My name is Mike Oliveira. I'm here representing 228 Willard Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, Mike. Panelists, any questions for this applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Very quick question. Is the front elevation unchanged?
Yes, the front elevation is completely unchanged. The additions are to the rear.
Yeah, okay.
Everything's lower than the
If
existing
there's anything
heights.
changed on the front. Good enough, thanks.
Pardon me, what was that comment? Sorry. Oh, we're bringing it up. Okay.
He was just asking if there was any change to the front facade, but there isn't.
Okay. Further questions? Hearing none, I think we can take this into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, this is extremely minor. It can't have a negative impact on the community. I'd move approval without condition.
Does that have a second? Mr. Byatt seconds. Those in favor, please show hands. Unanimous vote carries the motion. The application is approved. And panel moves on to number 28, 306 Queensdale Avenue. We have before us submitted materials.
Chair, aren't we doing Blandford?
28 is Blandford, Queensdale is 29.
Pardon me, and thank you very much. We backtrack to number 28. And thank you, panel. 28 Blandford. On this application, we simply have before us the materials submitted with the application and one photograph received April 20. So let's have the applicant here join us, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owner.
Could you tell us your name, please?
My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owner and designer from EKP Designs.
Very good. Okay, Eddie. All right then, panel. Questions for the agent? Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Applicant, I was just going to ask, is the current owner a new owner, or was the current owner the one that was involved in the constructed the covered front porch that was done without the benefit of a building permit?
Yeah, the front porch was done by a contractor that had told, it's an older lady, and they told her that she probably didn't need permits for it because they're maintaining the same size. And the actual stairs, they actually improved the landscaping from what was there before. If you put the picture from the one I got from Google back, you can see that how it was before. It actually improved it now. There's not two sets of stairs. There's only one set of stairs right now. So it's an improvement from what was there before. But the older lady, she didn't know that she needed a permit, and they had done it, and then somebody caught her, or the inspector went on site. So that's why we're here before you. But it's very minor in nature, and it's an improvement from what was there before.
Is she still the owner?
Pardon me?
Is she still the owner?
She's still the owner, correct.
Okay. And could I just ask you to speak to items 3 and 4, variances 3 and 4? Are these existing circumstances?
Yeah, they're existing circumstances. We actually improved it from what was there before.
Okay, thank you.
So what can be green is green right now.
Okay.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Perez, on Google, it shows that the porch is enclosed. Is that what was there previously? Are you proposing an enclosed porch, or is it open?
No, the porch is open. It's not enclosed.
Okay, so the drawing on Google.
But the picture doesn't show enclosed. Look at the picture. It's not good.
Yeah, but on Google it shows as enclosed. So I just wanted to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay then, and just for the information of those watching from home, the Committee of Adjustment does not condone building and construction that goes ahead without permit. So when we are confronted with an application like this where something has already been built, the way we have to approach it is as follows. We have to look at it and ask ourselves, if this particular application was to come before us as a plan on paper prior to construction, would we have looked upon it with approval according to the 4 tests? So we're not here to, in a punitive way, we are here simply to examine the application with respect to the 4 tests as if it hadn't been built. So I'll look now to panel members for a motion, please. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a fairly straightforward one, and I think you've already made the comment with regard to structures that were built without building permits. I don't believe there are any conditions as I can see. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve without any conditions.
Thank you. Second? It is seconded, Mr. Chang. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the application. Number 29. (306) Queensdale Avenue. Applicant materials before us, 1 photograph, cover letter from the agent, and support correspondence, 5 form letters signed by owners and occupants on Queensdale Avenue, Woodmount Avenue, received in July, and also another one received from Woodmount later in July.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Hatch, Hatch Designs. My address is 6
Okay, Jonathan, we've lost you somehow.
Oh, hi. Yeah, Jonathan Hatch, 6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. Just stand by a second. Moderator, do we have someone standing by?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I cannot reach them.
Okay. Okay, so for the information of panel, there is no one standing by in opposition or concern on this application. So, panel, would we like a presentation, or do you have questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan, you've made substantial changes, all improvements, I might add, in consultation with planning. Do you want to run through them just very quickly so that we make sure we have the right variances?
Absolutely. So it's actually easier if you pull up the cover letter. You'll notice I have actually right at the beginning. So most of it has to do really with the garage. It affects the variance 2 for soft landscaping. And you can see it increases to 39%. That's for variance 2. And then for variance 3, again, it's a reduction. So therefore the coverage comes down to 49.9. And really, this is just all about trying to increase a little bit of the landscaping. And in fact, we actually have more landscaping even with the addition and the garage and the deck than was previously there. So I think it's a positive impact overall on the rear yard.
Further questions? Hearing none. Okay, so at this point, I think we do need to I'm not sure we have formally read into the record the applicant's changes to the variances. So applicant, let's just do that now. The public notice we're dealing with has 3 variances. Can you tell us which ones are which ones may have been revised?
Absolutely. So variance 1 for platforms is maintained.
Yes.
Variance 2 for the minimum soft landscaping changes from 35% or 27.03 square meters to 39%, 30.4 square meters.
Okay.
And then variance 3 changes from 52% lot coverage to 49.9 or 93.5 square meters.
Okay, we'll just give staff a moment to capture that. And we have it now. Okay, so that is the amended application that we're dealing with. I think we're ready to take this application into committee for a motion. If anyone has comment in advance, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
I don't have comments, Mr. Chairman. I think the negotiation with planning was very fruitful. I think the revised application is acceptable. It has the support of number 304, which is the property immediately to the west and the one that would be most impacted because the additions are a little further into the rear yard than they are in 304, but 304 is in support of the application. I don't see that there is a negative impact on the other side. Those are rear lots, rear yards abutting the property. So I would like to bring forward a motion of approval of the application as revised without condition.
Thank you. That is seconded, Mr. Clay. Moved and seconded to approve the amended application. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote carries the motion unanimously. The amended application is so approved. Thank you. Number 30, 371 Wallace, Unit 28. Applicant materials before us, cover letter from the agent, April 19, and a previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2003 affecting the property. Okay, all right. And we'll ask the agent please to join us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's Andrew Dales here, 147 Liberty Street in Toronto.
Good afternoon. Questions, panel? Mr. Clay, then Mr. Nipfel.
Yeah, thanks. I frankly don't really have any problems with this application, but I did want to double check. I see in your correspondence that you've entered into an agreement with the condominium corporation. I just wanted to confirm that you have all the necessary approvals and support of that of the condo board.
That's my understanding. Is that there's a process required under the Condominium Act for an indemnity agreement. And it's my understanding, based on communications with the owner, that that agreement has been entered into with the condominium corporation. Otherwise, the work can't commence until that happens in any event.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel, please, go ahead.
I had the same question as Mr. Clay.
Okay. Very good. If there are no further questions, I think we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see this as a very logical extension of the existing structure. Kind of uses the space in a very logical fashion. I don't see any issues with it. I don't believe there are any conditions at all. And with that, having said that in mind, I'm quite happy to move a motion to approve.
Thank you. Second to that motion? It is seconded. Mr. Chang. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? And that is a unanimous vote. Mr. Nipfel, you're with us on that?
Yep.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry.
My
Okay.
hand's off the screen.
Sorry, okay. Motion carried, and that application is approved. Thank you. Number 31, 8 Metcalfe Street. Applicant materials before us, design rationale from the agent, correspondence from the agent, and the support assistant at Heritage Preservation, received August the 2nd, and correspondence received in support from 12 Metcalfe, Mike Bailey. So, we'll ask the owner to join us, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Loubert, and I'm the owner.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, questions for the owner? Mr. Nipfel?
Ms. Loubert, I don't have any difficulty with this application. The only thing I would suggest is that there be screening on the north and the south edges of the third floor rooftop patio. Do you have any concerns with that?
No, no concerns. Thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, thanks.
If there are no further questions, we can take the application into committee. For a motion, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This again is a very straightforward application. It doesn't introduce any negative impacts into the community or onto the adjacent neighbors. I would like to bring forward a motion of approval subject to providing standard screening on the north and the south edges of the third floor, and it's referred to as rooftop patio.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? Second by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous, carries the motion. Application approved. Number 32 is 496 Brunswick. And on 496 Brunswick, we have applicants submitted materials, plus correspondence from Transportation Services. Moderator, tell me, on this one, do we have a registered speaker in opposition?
Yes, we do.
Standing by, huh? Okay. Okay, we'll ask the agent to join us then.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Please state your name.
Hello, this is Ben Domingos, architect, representing the owners of 496 Brunswick Avenue.
You have 5 minutes, Mr. Domingos, to make your presentation. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ben Domingos. I'm representing the owners at 496 Brunswick Avenue, and this is a fairly straightforward application. Basically, what we're doing is interior alterations to the existing home. Currently, it is there is a current permit on this project right now. It is for the scope of work in this particular, as I said, interior alterations to a main dwelling and one secondary suite. The owner wishes to subdivide the interior existing house by floors. Therefore, the basement and the ground floor being one unit, and the second and the third floor being the second unit. The existing area of the floor plates don't add up in terms of the ratio required of 45% to 55%. And that's why we're asking for a variance on the secondary suite being a little over the 45% mark at 48.6% of the overall area. And the second variance has to do with an existing parking space, which is in the rear yard right now. And the owner wishes to delete that and bring the backyard back to just green space, soft yard landscape. And that's basically the scope of work.
Thank you very much. Okay. If there are no questions, let's go to the person standing by in opposition or concern. Good afternoon.
Hi, Bruce, you've been unmuted. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to try and get the person a call.
Please do. Yep. We're just going to wait for a moment to reestablish contact with this speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't seem to reach them.
Thank you for trying. Okay. Okay then. So panel members were not able to connect with the registered speaker. So up to you now, panel, with questions for the applicant, if you have any. If there are none, we can take the application into committee and move toward a motion. Anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Again, this is a fairly reasonably straightforward application. I don't see any challenges with it. Creating a secondary suite will certainly provide additional accommodation, and eliminating the parking spaces will certainly add to soft landscaping. The property is also pretty close to DuPont, on which there's more than adequate transportation, not too far from Bathurst as well. So I'd like to move approval of this particular application without any conditions.
Thank you. That is.
Would you consider a friendly amendment? So here there's a
absolutely
there's a deck on. There's a deck on the second floor, and oh, you know what? It might be a front deck, and probably it doesn't. I was wondering about screening the deck, but it looks as though it's. Well, no, there's a deck at the back too. I think the deck at the back needs screening on the north and the south edges, if you'd consider that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So.
Okay, then we have that in the motion then. Rear platform screening north and south. Is there a second to that motion? Do we have a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And the motion is carried by unanimous vote. Application so approved. Number 33 is 652 Shaw. We have applicant materials, and there's a cover letter from the agent from May, and presentation materials from the agent July 26th. So, agent, please
Mr.
join us.
Chairman, could I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? There's a proposed garage on the drawings, and it's not mentioned in the purpose. I'm wondering if the Deputy Secretary Treasurer would weigh in on whether we should add that to the purpose. It's shown on drawing A002.
Let's get the applicant with us first, Mr. Nipfel, and then we can have the applicant part of this also. So applicant, please join us.
Hi, Rick, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Rick Galazowski. I'm the applicant and the architect representing the homeowners.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, just stand by for a second, Rick. We're going, returning to Mr. Nipfel. Mr. Nipfel, would you mind?
Yeah, Mr. Galazowski, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Your drawings indicate that there's a proposed garage in the rear yard, which isn't in the purpose of the application. Are you still proposing a rear yard new garage?
Yes, so if I may just offer a bit of explanation. There are renovations taking place on this property currently, which are part of a separate permit application that has already been issued. That issued permit includes the construction of the garage.
And it didn't require variances?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then any other questions for the applicant panel? If there are none, let's take it into committee for a motion. Mr. Clay?
Sure, Chair. I'm happy to move a motion. This one is very straightforward. In fact, the variance is I think under the old bylaw, but it's a modest series of changes that I think fit in very well with the character of the community. I'm happy to move approval, no conditions.
Thank you. We have a second?
Larry, would you consider a friendly amendment? There's a roof deck on the top, and I'm wondering if it needs screening. Maybe we could ask the applicant.
Sure. I didn't notice it.
It says a privacy screen is on the north side of the property, and then on the south side, I'm not sure. It says parapet and guard. It would just be useful to know what is intended on those two sides of the roof deck.
Okay, well, we'll come out of committee for a moment then to go back to the applicant. Applicant, do you hear what we're talking about?
Yes. Yeah, so again, as part of the original permit application, the permit that has already been issued, we had proposed a 1600 high millimeter privacy screen on the south side of roof deck that separates the my client's property from the attached neighbor to the south. To the north, there is a OBC compliant 1070 guard.
Is there an overlook problem there in your view?
No.
Okay. And the screen's already in your building permit, right?
The screen to the south side, yes. The neighbors, the attached neighbors to the house also have a roof deck. And so we have included a privacy screen to address that, 1600 millimeters high, which roughly is the same height as the neighbor's privacy screen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Larry.
back into committee now.
No worries. Thanks, Charles. Yeah, so the motion stands.
No, it needs a second. Anyone seconding that motion? By Mr. Byatt? It is moved and seconded. Moved and seconded to approve. Show of hands, please. And there's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and approve the application. Okay, we're now moving into the 3:30 segment of the agenda. And it begins with number 34, 108 Ava Road. What we're going to do, though, first, before we address that, is to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll resume again at 10 past 5. So now in recess till 10 past 5. Thank you.
Hello.
We resume. And we resume on item number 34, 108 Ava Road. Here the panel is dealing with the submission materials, plus an arborist report from April. We have comment from Transportation Services and a staff report from Transportation Services from August the 3rd. In support, there are 3 form letters signed by the owners of 106 and 114 Ava and 111 Dewborn. And so we'll ask the agent please to join us by stating your name.
Jennifer Scholes.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too.
Panel members, any questions for the agent? I'm not hearing any, so we can take the application then into committee for a motion. Mr. Clay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think this application is quite straightforward. If you look at the configuration of the existing house, there is a side garage, and it looks like the side addition is just simply going to put another story above that, and I guess make it habitable. Or is it going to be habitable? Does anyone know? Yeah, sorry, guys.
I think it's habitable, but I have a question as well. I don't know what it's used for. All it seems to accommodate is a staircase.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Maybe we can go to the agent, just get clarification of what the end use of the existing garage is going to be. Chair, can we go back to the
Yes,
agent?
we can. Okay, we'll go out of committee, and we'll ask you to unmute the agent. Question for you, agent.
My client has a motorcycle, so he's storing the motorcycle adjacent to the stair, and then he's storing everything else upstairs. A motorcycle and a lawnmower and a workbench on the ground, and then stairs to a mezzanine for bin storage, seasonal items, etc.
No, okay.
Thank you.
Storage, not habitation.
It's not
Storage,
hospitable.
It's an unheated space.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Chair, then I'll just continue my motion, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
I think this is a fairly straightforward, it just looks like it's a rounding out into the rear as well. So I think it's these are large homes, large lots, can quite easily be and quite capably handle this kind of an addition. I move approval, subject to, there is transportation conditions.
Yes.
So subject to the transportation condition.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show hands, please. And I'm sorry, Mr. Clay, we can't see you. Would you voice your? Are you? Oh, now we see you again. Okay, very good. So it is a. For a moment there, we couldn't see, but we could hear you.
I inadvertently hit the wrong button, Chair.
It's always inhospitable when you do that. Or uninhabitable. Sorry. Okay. That was a unanimous vote, by the way. It carries the motion. The application is approved. Taking us to number 35, 42 Bracondale Hill. We have submitted materials. There's a tree protection plan. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry. And there is an 11 signature petition signed by owners and occupants of Bracondale Hill Road, Turner Road, and TYRREL Ave. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Mr. Chairperson and committee, my name is Aaron Idoween at 285 Hillhurst Boulevard, and I am the designer and agent for the homeowners.
Very good. Good afternoon. Let's see if the panel has any questions for you. Don't appear to. Mr. Nipfel?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we might as well ask. I feel that there's a need for some screening on the, I guess it's the west side of the second floor deck for privacy. Would you have any concerns with that, or am I missing something?
That's a question for you, Aaron.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't have an issue with that at all. The clients, the homeowners are agreeable to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we'll take the application into committee then for a motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a registered speaker.
Pardon me.
It might be the homeowner who was just made. I don't know the person's name, but if it's
Alexander Armstrong.
yeah, that's the homeowner. She just made herself available if anyone had questions directly for her. Otherwise, I was speaking on her behalf.
Very good, and your submission will be quite sufficient. We don't have questions for the owner.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go into committee for a motion. Mr. Clay, please.
Yeah, Chair, I'm not going to make a motion, I'll let someone else, but I just wanted to make an observation on this one. Given some of the issues we've experienced earlier today, I just wanted to commend the applicant for a really good job of having discussions with adjacent surrounding neighbors and getting a pretty good petition of support helps us in our deliberations. So these are the kinds of things that good applications include. So I just wanted to make a note of that.
Good point. Thank you. Anyone ready with the motion?
Larry, do you want to go with the motion to that? I agree with you, by the way. It was a really good submission and good consultation.
Yeah, it was. Sure. I'm happy to move a motion. I think this is a reasonable proposal and fits in well with the neighborhood. Again, a corner lot, large lots, easily able to accommodate an addition as proposed. I'll move approval subject to condition for screening on the second floor deck and forestry condition number 2.
Great. That is
And
seconded.
the screening's only on one side, correct? It's only on the west side?
Yep.
It's a corner.
Yep, just on the west side. Sorry.
Okay, make sure staff has that? Okay. And that draws a second from Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded. To so approve. Show of hands, please, in favor. Motion is carried. Application is approved. Thank you. Number 36 is 112 EATON Avenue. We're looking at the applicant materials. There are 7 photographs of the property from April. There's an arborist report from April. There is correspondence from community planning, of city planning. And there are staff reports from transportation services and from urban forestry. So, applicant, please state your name.
Name's Eddie Perez. I'm here. Good afternoon again. My name's Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners. We are proposing a 3-story dwelling. As noted, we have talked to the neighbors. The neighbors have no opposition. And we also try to build the house in compliance with houses in the area. There was a house built on 79 Eaton, which got approved with 97%. And also one on 36 Eaton got approved with 96% times the area of the lot. And we feel that our proposal is very in keeping with the area, and it meets the 4 tests. If you also for the side yards.
Just a moment, please, Mr. Perez.
Yes.
I want to see if the panel would actually ask you for a presentation, or whether they might prefer to put questions right from the outset. So panel, do we want a presentation here? No, we're not asking for a presentation. Questions for Mr. Perez? Mr. Byatt.
Is there, I'm just looking at, bear with me, I think it's a 3rd floor plan, and it shows both the balcony as well as the open rooftop patio. What are you planning to do with regard to screening if required? I see some indication of shrubbery on the open rooftop deck.
I also, sorry to interrupt, I also put screening on both sides. If you look at the elevation, we have the screening.
I was just looking at the 3rd floor plan.
But I have the screening on the sides as well.
Okay. And are they up to 1.5 meters?
Correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Let's move into committee then for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question first? The rooftop patio has 5-foot screening. It's shown on the elevation. But I don't believe the balcony on the 2nd floor has any screening at all. Perhaps Mr. Perez could clarify.
Very
because
good.
I think it needs screening as well.
Okay, we'll go back out of committee to put that question to Mr. Perez. 2nd floor balcony.
Can you put the elevations up for me, please? Okay, yeah, we can put it on both sides. That won't be a problem. That was a lower deck, so we thought we wouldn't. But we can add it. We can put that as a condition.
Okay, thanks.
You ready for a motion then, Mr. Nipfel?
Sure. I thought Zahir was going with it, but I'm happy to go with it. I'd like to move approval, subject to providing a north and south edge screening on the rooftop patio and the 2nd floor rear balcony. Also forestry condition number 1, and there are planning and transportation, but I think they're okay. Just hold on 1 second. Oh, sorry. There's planning condition as well relative to tying the approval to plans, and the transportation condition, which is that if the license is not transferred, the obsolete front yard boulevard parking space must be restored. So those would all be conditions as well.
Okay. Mr. Byatt in second. Thank you. So moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. Thank you. Motion carried. The application is so approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. On number 37, 174 TYRREL Avenue, we have submitted materials, an arborist report, correspondence from Transportation and from Urban Forestry, a staff report. There is correspondence both in support and in opposition. 10 form letters in support from addresses on TYRREL Avenue and one from 2 Greensides Avenue. In opposition, we have correspondence from 173 TYRREL Avenue. Okay. All right, we'll ask the agent, please, to join us.
My name is Tay Rook, planner for the owners of the property at 174 TYRREL Avenue.
Thanks very much. Okay. Panel members, any questions to put to the applicant?
Just a quick one, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I wonder if the agent could just speak to variance number 8. Is that an existing condition?
Yes, yes, sir. It is an existing condition. If you look at the site plan, you'll note that there is a one-story vestibule that sticks out to the front. That's the existing building, which is a dashed line. You'll note that the new proposal has a front porch, and the actual physical building itself has been set back further than what was currently there. So the landscaping number is actually similar to what is existing currently. It's just deployed differently in a different manner.
Thank you kindly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the committee requires a presentation of me. I was just waiting for your instructions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. No, the panel does. I'll ask them formally. Do we require a presentation, panel members?
No, but I have a question, Chair. I notice you're seeking is it a length or a depth variance?
It's a building depth variance, sir.
Just looking at your site plan, it looks like it would line up with the depth of the house next door.
So the building depth variance is somewhat of a technical variance because building depth is measured from the front yard setback line. And you'll note on the site plan, there's a dashed line that runs across the front of the building at the front. And it's from that line, it's not the actual physical part of the building, it's from that line that's measured to the rear wall or the rear wall of the proposed house. And if you look at the house itself is actually 15.51 meters. So the additional 3 meters is just open space. It's not actual physical building. But as you noted, sir, the rear walls of the building, the proposed building itself, lines up with the adjacent dwelling at 170.
Yep, that's what I was just trying to see how it related to the adjacent properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we can take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
I'll go ahead, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I don't see any issues with this particular application. And as far as I can tell, it's only a forestry condition number 2. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve the application as is, and of course, forestry condition number 2.
Thank you.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to tie it to some discrete plans? There's an interesting way of screening the top deck, but it's only visible on the drawings.
Absolutely. Tied to plan.
Yeah, if you said tied to plans, that's probably fine. It shows the most on the rear elevation, but we could tie it to all plans. But
tie it to all plans.
I think the way in which they're screening it is a good idea.
Okay, staff, that's tied to all plans. Yeah.
Sorry, Carl, what's the material on that? It is a kind of slanted concave.
I think it's a roof. But I think what they're doing. I stand to be corrected. I'm interpreting the drawings. I think it's a sloped roof shape. It's flat on the inside or vertical on the inside, and I think it's sloped to go to kind of a cornice line on the lower level. I think it doesn't indicate what the material is, but I think it's intended to look like a roof.
I'm just looking at the rear elevation. It looks like it's translucent. You can see the doors through.
I think that's to show you that there's actually a deck behind it. I think that's a little of artistic license. The dotted line, you see where it says the line of the wall beyond? I think that's the side, the two sides of the deck. And then it's basically the height of a railing, but because of its sloped nature, it pulls the occupant of the deck further away from the edge of the building, therefore obstructing some of the view out.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
If I've got it wrong, maybe the applicant wants to weigh in, but that's how I interpreted the drawings.
I think we'll go forward. Okay, so we've captured that friendly amendment. Is there a second to that? Second, Mr. Clay first, I think it was. So okay. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Thank you. Unanimous vote carries the motion. It's approved.
And just by the way, Mr. Niffeldy, what you were talking about, the deck, I think it's shown on one of the diagrams. That's a roof diagram.
Yeah.
That's where it shows exactly what you were talking about.
Okay, great.
Number 38 is 107 Clovelly. Before us are the submitted materials, 3 photographs of the property. There is email correspondence from transportation and support correspondence from 108 and 119 Clovelly. So we shall ask the agent to join us. Please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application.
Thank you very much. Panel members, would we like a presentation on this application? Or are there any questions to put to the agent? Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at, bear with me while I
take your time.
This is the site plan. So on the site plan, there's a grid pattern, what I assume would be stonework. One is around what I assume is the swimming pool, but just behind the house and also in front of the house, are those new pavers that are being put in?
So yes, there'd be new pavers around the pool. There is a rear deck that it has the same that the mouse is over is a deck, not pavers. They're unfortunately they're the same pattern. So I'd say some of them would be pavers and some of it would be deck. If you can scroll to the front of the house, those would be, again, unfortunately, a mix of paver and porch.
I wonder if it's possible to have the condition or with your engagement.
Permeable pavers would be just fine.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And I note that there is no landscaping variance, no soft landscaping variance for the property.
It would help to have permeable pavers, certainly.
It's no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. You've got 3 balconies that have an exposure to the west. 2 of them are on the side and 1 of them is on the back. It looks as though the top balcony that faces west is partially hidden behind an extended wall. The other ones just seem to have balustrades. I'm concerned with privacy issues and wondering if you have suggestions of how to prevent privacy overlook to the west on those 3 balconies.
Sure. So if we go to drawing A 1.4, for example, that's the third, there we go, right there. So the third floor deck is entirely inset within the footprint of the building. And so it has overlook of the middle of the roof of the neighbor's property, but not really to the back. It's sort of screened by the roof of the building itself.
Okay, and then the one at the back, actually, because of its configuration, it's very narrow on the west end, right? It gets narrower.
So
now, actually, it showed they're planters, and then I'm misreading this.
Yes,
you
that
can't walk
isn't
out onto that, can you?
That's 100% correct. So if you go to the second floor, at the back there is no there's no balcony at the back on the third floor, like you would typically see where you have the step back notch on the third floor on Toronto houses. On the second floor plan, there's a little inset balcony there as well, again within the footprint of the building.
Okay, but that one, if you look out from that, you can actually see
yes, you would be able
property.
You could
that's
see.
The one that needs screening.
It is less than, it is behind this corner of the house is not as far, or is about the same depth as the house to the south. If that
so it can't oversee from the west.
It would overlook the roof of the house to the west, or the side wall of the house to the west.
That's good. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. That's
You're welcome.
Context. Thanks.
It definitely, it took me a minute when I first saw the plans to understand it as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If there are further questions, if there are none, let's take the application into committee. Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is actually a very good solution. The attention that's given to the outdoor space when the building is set back is really quite commendable. And as Mr. Galbraith has indicated, based on the context, the balconies on the west side are actually overlooking a roof, which is difficult to ascertain just from the drawing. So I appreciate that information. I think the solution is a good one, and so good that I would like to move approval, but I'd like to have as a condition of approval that it be tied to the plans. I think the way in which the outside spaces have been rendered is really quite commendable, and I'd like to ensure that that's the way they're constructed.
Mr. Netfo, could we add the permeable pavers to that?
I'm sorry, of course.
Transportation condition too, Carl.
Oh no, I missed that completely.
It's they don't have any problems.
They have no objections, I think. Is that?
But they said subject to the condition that the applicant maintain the front yard parking license.
Okay, we could. I guess we could put that in as a condition. Okay, I didn't read that far. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's good. So we could add that as a condition.
It's rare that I have more detail, Carl, than you.
Thank you for the second pair of eyes.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Can we just confirm the permeable pavers where that is going? Yeah. Just for public record.
So the permeable pavers, pardon me, at the front of the house, the pavers that are indicated on the site plan, excluding the driveway, as the existing driveway is remaining. The grid pattern areas are new pavers, and those would be permeable. The same thing at the rear of the house. I believe it's the deck.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if the pavers around the swimming pool could be permeable. I'm not sure about the drainage issues related to swimming pools, but if possible, that could be permeable as well.
Mr. Chairman, could I clarify with the Deputy Secretary? If the applicant doesn't maintain the front yard parking license, what happens?
Then it might be a situation where they have to come back to committee.
Okay, is there an easier way of wording, rather than just referencing that clause, is there an easier way of wording the condition?
Well, the way the condition reads right now is it would be the landowner must maintain the front yard parking license.
Okay, so that could be the wording we would use. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Zahir, did you say you wanted permeable pavers around the swimming pool?
That one I'm not 100% certain because I'm not sure whether it has any impact on the integrity of the pool.
Yeah, that's the exact same thought that I had. I think we probably might not want to mess with that because there's probably some sort of either structural or drainage element to what you surround a pool with.
Exactly, yes, thank you.
So where are we saying they will be then? Where the existing driveway is, or only on the?
It's the area that's the pavers that are leading up to the stairs into the entrance of the house, and then just at the front end of the house. At the rear end, apparently that's supposed to be a deck. So it's all the grid patterned areas on the site plan with the exception of that surrounding the swimming pool.
And the existing driveway.
And the existing driveway.
Okay.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, there's the motion. Does it have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Thank you. That motion is carried and the application is approved. Item number 39 was withdrawn prior to today's hearing. So we move along to item 40. 139 King Edward Ave. The committee has before it the following: submitted materials, an arborist report. There are staff reports from engineering and construction, urban forestry, and urban forestry again. There's opposition correspondence from 154 King Edward and from a solicitor representing 135 King Edward. So, first of all, let's have the applicant join us.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Peter Truzek. I'm with ARC Design Group. representing the owner of the property at 139.
Very good. Okay, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, this application is for twofold. One is to sever property, and one is for the development of the severed lot into a new residential dwelling. The existing house there is of good standing, so my client would have wants to maintain the existing house and to maintain the existing house with just some minor alterations to the front of the house to bring it up to a certain design style. And the remaining portion of the lot, which is 5.29 meters in width, lot will constitute the new development. This is an area with many different varying size lots, with the majority of them being 5 meters or less. We do have an easement here, so I am aware of the concerns of the neighbor. So in discussion with my client, he has agreed to remove the parking space in front of the new house, which is also was a discussion with engineering services as well earlier on, where they requested that we remove that parking spot as well. So we are okay to remove variance number 8, which would also eliminate variance number 7, and that is for A0034/22 TEY. So the concern the neighbor had was the access to the back in terms of that and our parking space there. So together with discussions with engineering services, then they agreed they'd rather not have that parking spot there as well. Then we're fine to remove that parking space, which eliminates variances 7 and 8 off that and deals with the city, with the client's comments.
Slow down.
There's an issue.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt for a moment because I want to make sure that we very, very carefully capture what you've just said. So you are deleting variances number 7 and 8, and if you would be specific here again, slowly tell us which application is that from?
Application A0034/22 TEY.
Okay, that's 3-4. Okay.
Correct. Variance
So-
8 would eliminate the parking space variance.
Understood. That's okay. I'm just
Okay.
getting, and so variant application A033 stands as it is.
It stands as it is, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And the same with the actual severance application. It also stands as it is.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got that now.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, can we just clarify? So variance number 7 related to the front yard landscape open space in the form of soft landscaping, and variance number 8 for the front yard parking. The purpose of application will also have to be amended. The last line where it says also to construct a front yard parking pad, that will be removed. The question is, will there be a legal parking spot on site?
Through engineering services, they requested that the parking be on road, that they wanted us to eliminate the parking spaces.
Has there been discussions with the zoning examiner about a legal parking spot on site?
For that one, since this week, no, not yet.
There's just some concern that if a legal parking space is required on site, then another application to Committee of Adjustment would be required.
And if that is required, we'll come back for that one issue on the one lot, if required. Our other course here is to shift our parking space out of the easement and still have it. We're fine with doing that as well, which would not change anything. However, we wanted to help out the neighbor and remove that if it's a better option. So that's why, we're looking at it at that.
An easement right-of-way must always be free and clear.
Correct, and
Of
we
any
did overlap it
obstruction.
a bit. We did overlap it a bit, so we can shift it, but they do have a concern with that parking, and engineering services also made a request, can we eliminate one of the parking spaces in front to maintain more street curb frontage there? Parking on the street.
We will be considering the three applications jointly. So, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do you see any issue with proceeding now, or is there a potential reason here to defer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant is aware that they may require an additional minor
Okay.
variance application for parts 2 and 3 if the committee is to approve the application and it becomes final and binding and the certificate is issued.
Okay.
Yep.
All right then, so their panel is, I think that's our guidance, is that we can proceed. And Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can we clarify on the site plan for plant parts 2 and 3? Can we put that up? I'm just want to clarify what it is we're talking about. So it's the proposal for 139B. Are we talking about removing the front yard parking space in totality?
Correct.
So the whole front yard would, except for the walkway, would be landscaped.
Correct. That's why variance 7 is eliminated, because now we would comply.
Okay, and the concern that your neighbor 135 had about the easement would also be addressed.
Correct. By removing that, the parking space was encroaching on that easement. It was a mistake on our part, but by removing it, now the easement is not any longer encroached, because the drive aisle will give him full access to his garage in the back. In that
Okay,
letter,
so the only issue might be that you might have, if there's a requirement for parking on the site, you might have to come back for another variance. That's the only outstanding potential issue, right?
correct. And if that is an issue, my client is prepared to return just to permit, to allow 0 parking if that is a requirement for that one variance.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Okay.
In addition, there's with this design, the lot is 5.29 meters for the variance is required, and if you looked at the lot pattern in that area, the majority of the houses are 5 meters or less. It's a very a smaller lot area kind of configuration in that area. In many of these things, we've maintained a lot of we're trying to protect the existing house, which we think that's environmentally sound to try to, instead of demolishing and always building new. My client just wants to upgrade the existing house and propose this new house here. I believe that these all meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and I leave it to any additional questions from the committee.
Okay, I think what we'll do first, we do have patiently waiting registered speakers. I think we'll go to them first and then return to you. So, first registered speaker, please.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Cherokee McLeod, and I'm at 135 King Edward.
Very-
And so appreciate the changes made to the parking spot that was overlapping the easement. I do have a question. The new building, or my understanding is part of the new building also encroaches on the mutual driveway, which could impact the ability for taller vehicles to reach the back. Is that also going to be amended?
Well, we're going to come back to that. Okay.
Okay.
That's your question, and we'll ask the applicant to make a note of that. Do you have any? Do you, as a Cherokee, have any comment you want to say generally about the application, or just the question?
Just generally, we do have a concern about having another house built right on the driveways between our 2 houses. We have lived in this area for 15 years, and we've shared this driveway mutually between the 2 houses. I do have a concern about having another house built so closely to ours. My understanding is there's also potentially stairs that are going to be going into that mutual driveway, and so there's a concern about hazard or safety. And Also that concern about the building encroaching, impacting taller vehicles. And then also what I'm not too clear on is whether or not it's going to affect the current parking that I have in front of my house.
Okay. Thank you. Then we're going to hear from the other registered speakers, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to all the concerns raised. Let's go to then the next registered speaker.
Hi, Joe. You've been unmuted.
Hi there. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Could you state your name, please?
My name is, a legal name is John German. I'm one of the residents at 131 King Edward.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns about the application to the panel. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. And I think more people should see how civic government works. This is actually very efficient. I'm very proud that you guys are doing this good work. My question is just, you know, these are my neighbors, more potential neighbors that are being discussed about being inserted in this lot. You know, I just look at my house and I think, you know, I look at Cherokee and Andrew at 135, and they've had access to their garage in the back to be able to drive their car back there. They bought their property thinking that was going to be their right. You know, shouldn't everyone, when they buy a house and have a survey and have access to certain parts of their property in certain ways, I find it just, generally speaking, an issue of concern for all people that could change without their permission, compensation, etc. So I guess my comments are just of concern for them to be able to use the property in the way that they bought it. And I don't think shoehorning an additional house in there that would detract from their, I guess, enjoyment of their property in the way that they purchased it is the right way to go. So that's my comments for now. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much. Panel members, any questions of this applicant? Okay, thank you. Moderator?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's still one more speaker.
Yes, okay.
Elizabeth, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Smitko, and I own and reside at 149 King Edward, which is about five houses down from the applicant, and I've lived on the street for about 7 years or so. So I am concerned, and so are other neighbors who reside on the street, with a plan to sever the proposed lot, and that there will be overbuilding on these lots as it changes the nature, character, and layout of the neighborhood, which is a family place with small and modest homes and limited parking. It is too much intensification for the neighborhood, and the proposed plans are overcrowding the neighborhood. The lots on our street are quite small, with small houses. The footprint of the lot needs to be respected. The houses being proposed are too big for the lot, and there's already limited parking on the street, which would be impacted by the construction and the changes being proposed. And I'm also concerned with how these plans will impact zoners if others want to subdivide their lots. I'm also just confirming that the proposed houses are single-family dwellings. I'm also concerned, along with several neighbors, with the noise and disturbance construction of these two houses will bring. Our street is constantly under construction. Contractors don't follow bylaws. They park across driveways. One contractor told a neighbor to call the cops when they parked across their driveway, and they totally disregarded her. Congestion is created with the noise and disturbance when we're all still working from home, which has impacted people's mental health. So I'll just leave it at that, and thank you for your time and considering my concerns.
Thank you very much. Any questions for that speaker panel? No, okay. Okay, is that the final speaker? Moderator, thank you, okay. Okay, then now we shall return to the applicant, who will have a chance to respond to issues raised in rebuttal. Applicant, you have...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the first comments here for 135, our neighboring property there, the second floor is going to overhang over that. We've eliminated all any parking or any access over the any encumbrances over the easement. The staircase at the front does not enter into the easement. It is within our property, not in the easement. Now, the easement is an access for vehicles to the back, and we are not encumbering on that width. In terms of the height, we are aware that in MTO, the maximum vehicle heights that are permitted in Ontario are 4.15 meters, and from our grade to the underside of that second floor is 4.19. So there should be no encumbrances for any vehicles in the sense that our second floor overhanging is higher than what the MTO has as a maximum height for any vehicle driving in Toronto, in Ontario itself. So we are not hindering or encumbering on any access issues for that laneway to the back. That deals with that area. So we still do have the overhang, but is so high up, over 14 feet high, that it should not cause any concern. And we are maintaining the width of that easement. So as of a right, they had this access easement to their garage, and that easement is not encumbered and will be still available. So that deals with the questions for 131 and 135 as well, who brought it. Regarding the comments made for 149 King Edward, our lot is one of the largest lots in the neighborhood. We are 12 meters, over 12 meters wide, where the majority of the lots are 5 meters. So in terms of the character of the community, this actually will bring in line the house streetscape more in line with all the neighboring houses in terms of all the houses in that area are in between 4.5 to 5.5 meter lots. So this will still bring it into the character community. Will maintain the character community. In terms of overbuild, the new house we're proposing, the existing house we're maintaining as it is, but the new house we're proposing is only 1,500 square feet, and we're only asking for a modest, I believe, 4 square meters larger on coverage. With that to obtain a house that's about 1,500 square feet. So I believe that still is within the scope. We have a large backyard, still 13 meters of the backyard. We're not requiring any front yard or rear yard setbacks, and any side yard variances are within the 2 proposed dwellings, not encumbering on our neighbors.
Panel members, questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the objectors, I think it was the person from 135, mentioned that part of the building was on the right-of-way, and you've clarified that. Thank you. The other issue that she raised was that the exit from the basement is a stairway that exits onto the right-of-way, and there is no sight line. You could be going up that stair and walk right into a car coming from the garage at the back. Could you? It seems like that's quite a serious safety hazard. Could you speak to that?
Well, that could be redesigned in the sense now that we have that parking space gone, I can now make an L shape now because now we don't need that space for the parking lot. So that could be addressed. I am for that. That is a advisable one. I know one concern was brought up before when we had discussions on this, that it might be in the way of the cars, but this is a right of way, so you cannot park on it. You can only drive. And being a right of way, they're not driving 10 kilometers an hour here. So, but regardless, now with the elimination of that parking spot, we can create 2-3 steps on a landing, make it like an L-shaped staircase down. Yes, that could be accommodated.
Do you want to suggest, while the conversations are ongoing, a condition that would put that into words and wouldn't unneedlessly harm constrain you? I think that's a good suggestion as well, because then you exit the stairway and you're not walking right into the right of way, but we would need a condition to say that.
As a matter of right, we are allowed to do what we're doing here. This is just a matter of helping out the neighbors. So I'll leave it up to the committee to come up with wording for that if you so choose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions, panel members? Okay, then, let's take the application into committee for discussion and for moving toward a motion. Anyone with thoughts on the application to express?
Mr. Chairman, I did have one other question to the Secretary Treasurer. Do we have to alter the purpose of the application because the second floor overhangs the right-of-way?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, what you can consider as if you choose to approve this application is tie them to the plans. But I
Okay.
don't want to add anything that wasn't part of the original notification. But it is shown
Okay,
on the
yeah.
plans that it's
Okay, thank you.
cantilevered, yeah. And regarding front yard parking pad for part one, it appears that there may be an issue with urban forestry regarding the removal of a city tree. And I'm not certain if that's been considered by the applicant as well.
Forestry suggested flipping the front, did they not?
In their memo dated July 29th, yes.
Can we go back to the applicant and put that question to him?
Let's go back to the applicant. Okay. We're coming out
Yes.
of committee, go back to the applicant. Question for you, applicant.
Yes, I apologize. I was so focused on this easement issue. I have talked to the client. We are putting the parking space in front of the porch, and we're just orienting the stairs to the porch down the side of the building to accommodate that. So we have conversations with the forestry department, and we can accommodate the parking spot on the other side. We're not flipping the house because it's an existing house, so it's not possible for us to flip it. It's an existing house, but we can reorient the staircase on the porch to go down to be at the side, going down the front, going down the face of the house, and move the garage in front of that porch. That is possible, and that's a discussion we had, and my client agreed to that.
So just to clarify, you're shifting the if you go to the site plan, you're shifting the parking space to the right, which is where the stairs would come down from the porch, and you're going to put the stairs on the side instead.
Correct. Yes.
Well, let me just take that opening. If you're actually going to reconfigure the parking pad for part A, for the existing house, were you planning to do that in permeable?
I have no issues with that. It's not existing right now either.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's what I mean.
if you would like to put that as a condition, my client will have no issues with that.
Yeah, I think we should. Yep.
Okay. Anyone have what they need to come forward with a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm struggling with how to capture the change, because without the change, there's a problem with forestry, as the Secretary Treasurer indicated. I understand what they're talking about, but is it possible for the applicant to file a new site plan tomorrow morning so that we can refer to it? Otherwise, we're going to have to try in words to explain what changes he's making, and I'm always nervous when you do that and we miss a word and then the plan's got to come back.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would caution not to do that only because that plan is not before us. What we can say for part one and what you can consider as a condition is that the front yard parking pad will be abutting the south side lot line because
Well,
it's
that's a
being
good idea.
shifted,
Okay.
right? And then the staircase for part two perhaps shall be configured to be facing the municipal road of King Edward Avenue instead of facing or abutting that easement, if that was the concern on that side.
Yep. That's great.
There's the language we needed. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, panel members,
Well, while Carl's thinking, I'll take a crack at it.
Go
I'm
for
sure
it.
he'll edit my motion. Sabrina, do you want to do the severance and the variances together or
Sure.
separate?
Yes,
yes, we can
that's
do
fine.
them jointly, yes.
Okay. So I'll move a motion to approve the severances as submitted and approve. So we removed some variances from part 2, right?
Yeah.
From 34, we've removed 7 and 8.
Thank you. So variances for part 2 with 7 and 8 removed. I think the variances for part 1 stay. I think we want to tie the part 2 approvals to plans. And the wording that Sabrina so eloquently presented as conditions with respect to the configuration of the front parking pad for part 1
Yes.
and the stairs for part 2. We have forestry number 1 and 2, I think should just stand as is. If they're satisfied, great. And finally, the standard engineering conditions.
I think you wanted to do permeable pavers on the parking pad.
Thank you. And permeable pavers for the parking pad for part 1.
And could I suggest, Larry, that on part 2, you're tying it to plans, but with the exception of the parking pad is removed because it's not there anymore, because it's shown on the plans. And
It's only on the elevation though, right?
no, it's on the site plan.
Or sorry, on the site plan, pardon me. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
And the stairway that goes to the basement, I think a better wording would be that the entrance to the stairway face the street, because I don't know that the whole stairway needs to be orientated. It's just, it needs to turn it at the end.
Sabrina, did you have a thought?
Sure, no, that's fine. If you don't want to tie it to the site plan, then you can just tie it to floor and elevation plans.
Yeah, yeah. Carl, you okay with that? I think that's fine.
Except that the floor plans show I'm sorry to be so picky, the floor plans show the stairway from the basement as it is, and that you're recommending that stairway be altered so that the entrance to the front basement stair entrance is facing the street. I don't know a better way of saying that, but I mean, Sabrina, your comments were great, but I don't know that the whole stair needs to be orientated. It's just the last few risers so that they can bend it. And I wouldn't want to prevent him from doing that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, folks, staff, have you got all that?
Yes, we have that.
Yes, they do. They do. It's astonishing, but they do. We, from our point of view, do need a second to that. Is there a second? It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. So it is moved and seconded to so approve the consent and the 2 related minor variance applications as detailed. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the consent and the 2 minor variance applications. Thank you.
Chair, just before we move off that item, a few people called in just to raise their concerns. I think just wanted to acknowledge, the time they took to do that. But I think our collective view on this proposal is that it fits in well with the neighborhood. It is a large lot. It can accommodate this additional density. But we do appreciate their comments and their submissions on this file.
Very good, thank you. On number 41, 470 Oriole Parkway, the panel has before it submitted materials. We have correspondence from transportation from July 22. We have correspondence from engineering and construction from April 28. And there is correspondence in concern or interest from 472 Oriole Parkway, the house next door, the neighbor next door, Alan Redford, and Carol Paleotheodorus. So, first of all, let's get the applicant to join us.
Hello.
Applicant, state your name, please, and join us.
Hi, Robert McCackey, architect.
Very good. Okay. On this application panel, would we like a presentation?
No.
Just for your information panel, there is no one registered to speak in opposition on this application. So if we don't want a presentation, we can go straight to questions. I think I'll begin there. And my question related to the 0% soft landscaping proposed, to ask you why we have to do that. Why does your application require 0% soft landscaping?
Those are all existing conditions.
What could we do to improve them? They're not good. Can anything be done to improve those conditions?
We could. The presentation that I had planned to present was we're really just dividing this property in half. It's an existing residential building with apartments on either side of a property partition wall that runs through the middle of the building. The two building variance applications are really just highlighting all of the existing conditions on the property. So the soft landscaping at the back, the setbacks, I mean, they don't have any impact, or they don't change the impact on the neighborhood. They're all existing. They're just variances that came to be because of the severance that we proposed for the property. The back of this building and the back of a lot of the buildings on the street are just full of asphalt, and that's where all the tenants in these buildings park at the back.
Oh, okay. So here's an opportunity, you know, to improve that situation. Maybe we're not even improving it by a large amount, but you know, is there any way to get even something in the order of 15 or 20% of the rear into a soft landscaping type of treatment?
Could we go to the site plan?
Let's do it.
So, yeah, that one's a good one. A005. So at the back, we've got a drive aisle and our parking spaces. And we had a bit of back and forth when we did our zoning review to minimize the number of variances here and give all the proper parking spaces, the setbacks, lengths, drive aisles. But we didn't ever have a conversation with the plans examiners about soft landscaping. I mean, I think there'd be an opportunity between the rear property line and the back of the parking space, and a bit of green space there might already exist. I can't say for sure. But when you walk back there, it just looks like a bunch of asphalt. I guess just listening to other applications that have gone before us, permeable pavers might be a good solution under the parking spaces.
Yes, it could be a move in the right direction. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I feel for the applicant in the sense that if one looks at a Google plan view, almost all the houses in that strip have eliminated any soft landscaping in the rear, which is really unfortunate. And I commend the applicant for even thinking about permeable pavers directly below each of the parking pads that you'll have. If that is this is an opportunity, and I think it would certainly be beneficial to the property owners that you have improved the drainage in the rear. I'm not sure what direction the property slopes in, but if it's sloping towards the homes, this may be an opportunity to mitigate some of that water flow by putting in some permeable pavers, certainly directly below each of the parking spots. And I assume that once the property has been severed, there'll be a right of way for the property that would be the north side of this split.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many units are there when you're finished with this division? Are there 4 or 2? 4.
Currently, there's 2 on the main floor, 2 on the second floor, and then 1 in the basement.
So in total, there would be the same number, right?
Yeah. The only building alterations.
6, right? Okay, is it
sorry,
6?
5?
5 in total between the two halves of the building.
That's correct.
Except that they're equal, so wouldn't it be an even number?
The basement's not symmetrical, or I mean, it's symmetrical, but there's only there's storage on one side and a unit on one side, on the south side.
Okay, so there's 5 units, and you're proposing 4 parking spaces, correct?
That's correct.
And the place that's designated as parking is already paved.
Yeah.
Okay, you indicated if you go to the site plan the one I've got is A006. I don't know if we could pull that up. It's not a lot, but you indicated that there might be some potential for placing a bit of soft landscaping, something to deal with percolation of water between the end of the parking spaces and the rear property line. And it shows there is a slight strip there shown on your site plan. In addition, on the south end, the parking doesn't go right to the property line. There's a space there that at the end of the line of 4 parking spaces that is also not required for parking. And there's a space at the north end that also potentially could be landscaped. If those 3 strips of land were to be transferred from asphalt paving to some form of soft landscaping, have you any idea what that would do to your variance? what the potential, what the number would be?
Not off the top of my head. It'd be like under 10%. I mean,
Because
sorry, soft
I'm
landscaping.
loath to say that as a condition of this approval, you should pull up the whole backyard, but it does seem to me that there's some space there that you could dedicate to soft landscaping. I just don't know what that would do to your variances. But at least that's where I'm thinking there might be some adjustment to what you have before us. The other thing I'd like to mention is I'd like to applaud you for keeping the building. It's a handsome building. I'm so glad you're keeping it rather than ripping it down and building two semi-detached houses with that wouldn't be anywhere near the quality of the existing building.
Well, perhaps this could move us along. On this application, there are no registered speakers in opposition that we'd be holding up. So we could set this one aside and allow Mr. McCaskey to perhaps do those calculations, and we could return to him, and we can carry on to the next application. And we can return to him once he has his calculations for the two sides of the property.
Guys, I just offer, are we not nickel and diming this poor guy? I appreciate him. We've all been supportive of soft landscaping and stuff, but to go back and make him dig up two little strips when he wasn't planning to do any construction in the rear yard or any kind of reconfiguration. I'm not trying to undermine that, but I just wonder, are we really incrementally moving the yardsticks on this one?
Well, I would say that we are in a situation where this is the unique time to make some improvements to it. And I would say
he didn't come in for doing anything other than to sever his property.
I understand that completely, but now that he's brought our attention to the issue, it is one that could be improved, mainly by tearing up asphalt. It wouldn't involve a lot of construction, so that would be my thought. Any other thoughts on that, panel?
I'm inclined to agree with Larry in terms of certain times that this is convenient, and other times it's a bit onerous. Where I was going with all of this was to identify areas where I think long-term some landscaping could be installed. And we've done it in the past where we've said in future, the applicant agrees to look into providing landscaping in these areas. And that's where I was going with my exploration. In this particular case, I think it's egregious to the applicant to require him to take out the asphalt and put in the landscaping as a condition of this approval. He offered that maybe he could provide some landscaping adjacent to the parking, and that's fine. But I think that's the sort of thing that he might do over time rather than as a condition to do right now. So that's a long way of saying I kind of agree with Larry on this one.
Yeah, and we've done that before where, as you say, we have said, as the opportunity presents itself, to do any kind of reconfiguration or reconstruction, that the applicant should, use permeable material. So I'm comfortable with that. It just seems to me like the poor guy's come in for a severance, not really doing anything other to his property, and we then make him tear his driveway up. So I think that's a little bit excessive.
Mr. Byatt. Okay, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
I think both Larry and Carl are quite correct. We've had other circumstances where there's a very small percentage of soft landscaping because it's an existing condition. And I think the same thing applies here. This is an existing condition. It would be nice if something could happen, but currently that's not in the cards. That's not part of the proposal.
Okay.
So I'd be quite happy to accept the soft landscaping, the absence of it, as an existing condition, and move on with the rest of the application.
Okay, I'm ready to go along with these thoughts, and that's fine. Are we ready to go into committee on this and to move to a motion? Or are there still questions for the applicant? If there are no questions for the applicant, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Larry has the expertise with properties like this, but I'll give it a shot. I'd like to propose acceptance or approval of the the severance, and I believe it's parts 1 and 2. I'm not sure if I'm getting the wording correct of this application as is. Conditions. I believe there's a standard engineering condition, and I don't believe there's anything else. Yeah, I believe it's just transportation condition that applies.
And do you want to give your suggestions on how to craft the condition about that in future integral pavers or permeable pavers and soft landscaping be introduced as much as possible to rear yard?
If you've got some wording that you could throw in, Carl, I'd be most appreciative of that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, how about?
Just a second.
Okay, there we got a suggestion.
Sure. Any future landscaping works in the rear yard? The applicant shall install soft landscaping and or permeable materials.
Very good.
Perfect. Thank you.
That does it fine. Okay.
Saved by Sabrina.
Really good ghostwriter.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Cheng. So moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Motion carried, unanimous vote, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Number 42, 64 Oaks Gate. Before it are, copy of the minutes of the 27 April public hearing. Submitted materials. And there is commenting report from Urban Forestry and a staff report from TRCA. Okay. And we shall ask the agent now to join us. Please just state your name.
My name is Charles Brett Harding. My wife and I are the owners of the property and applicants to the Committee of Adjustments.
Very good. All right then. Panel members, would we like a presentation from the owner, or do you have questions to put straight to the owners? Mr. Byatt.
Just a quick question. There was a previous application that was deferred. What's changed between the previous one and this one?
When we applied for the zoning examiner made a mistake in the calculations. So what was requested was that in order to notify all of the neighbors again, we had to get back in the funnel, if you will, to get before the committee. So here we are.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We're nice to be here.
Okay. So it's basically the same application with the corrections of the zoning examiner's error.
Yes.
Okay. Further questions, panel, or are we ready for a motion? Mr. Clay, sorry, go ahead.
Sure, I think I'll make a motion, Chair. I think this one is very straightforward. The actual variances being requested are extremely minor. TRCA and ravines are okay with this. It is a spectacular parcel of land. No surprise that the owners are looking to put an addition off to the back. There is a second-story balcony, but given that they are overlooking a ravine, there's really no impact on the adjacent neighbors. I'm fine with the way it is presented in the drawings. I'm happy to move approval move approval of this application with no conditions.
Thank you. Second to that, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. No conditions. All in favor, please show hands. Motion carried, unanimous vote, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Number 43 is 9 Chilton Road. And here the panel is looking at a copy of the minutes from the April 27 public hearing, copy of the survey and a revised set of site plan, floor plans, and elevation. There's correspondence in support from 14 Chilton and 4 form letters in support from 151, 153, and 159 Woodville, and 1 Chilton. Interest expressed in correspondence from 181 O'Connor, and opposition expressed from 8 Chilton, 5 Chilton, 167 O'Connor, 165 O'Connor, and 11 Chilton. Okay. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Hi, David. You've been unmuted.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I lost the chair. Apologies.
Okay. I'm sorry. You lost my voice?
Yes, no, now I can hear you, sir. Sorry,
okay.
I saw I was unmuted, but I thought you were still going.
Oh, okay.
My apologies, sir.
Okay, David's now with us. Let me just check with the moderator. Moderator, we have do we have 3 standing by, or how many?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have all standing by.
They're all standing
Yeah.
by. 2 are in support, 1 in opposition. Okay. Very good. So, Mr. Bronskill, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everybody. The last name is Bronskill, first initial D for David. Just for the record, our offices are at 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto, and I am acting as the authorized agent for the applicant. I'm going to start just with a quick project overview, Mr. Chair. It's a 3-bedroom plus den single-family home with a 1-car integral garage. It's in fact quite a modest house overall, 1,850 square feet. The existing rear yard garage is being demolished, in part, sir, because it's frankly just inaccessible at the rear. And I think among the materials we had submitted to you, we showed the narrow width between the driveways. That garage also counts for lot coverage. And you'll see when I get to the variances, the lot coverage we're now proposing is almost identical to the existing lot coverage for that bungalow and garage. Planning staff have no comments on the file. As you noted, sir, there are extensive letters of support. My understanding is there will be some speaking in support today. The neighbor to the south at 7 Chilton is supportive. The neighbor to the rear at 2 Warland is supportive. You may recall this was before the committee previously. There was a deferral because an update to the lot coverage calculation had to be done, which then required the recirculation and new notice. But there has also been, I'm just going to submit to the committee, a fairly extensive consultation process. Initially, the PPR had 15 minor variances. There have been 7 revisions to the drawing packages with the architect. We're now down to the 7 variances that you see before you. I'm going to suggest significant support. I am also going to acknowledge some outstanding concerns from those in opposition. I may just wait to respond until I hear the speaker to some of those concerns. I am quickly just going to highlight the variances for you. I've grouped them into 5 areas, if I can, as substantive matters. Variances 3 and 7 both relate to the height of the overall building at 9.07 meters. Just 3 quick comments on that. First of all, from a quantitative perspective, we have reviewed approvals within the neighborhood by the committee and done the math, and the average, frankly, for height approved within the area is 9 meters with a maximum of 9.9. I acknowledge it's not just a numbers exercise, but I just wanted the committee to have that. Second is, from a qualitative perspective, the height is frankly driven by the split level approach with the integral garage. The area above the garage is being used as living area. There's 7.5 feet of headroom there. And when you have these staggered or 2.5 or split level type homes, you do get a bit more height. But the third thing I would say is when you look at this structure, it looks and appears, frankly, like a true sloped roof house on the elevation. And the 7.2 meters, as the committee well knows, is quite limiting when it comes to particular styles of houses. But in terms of that elevation at 9.07 meters, it's frankly not an overwhelming house given its design and the sloped roofs that are at the top that then lead to the flat roof on top. Second group, variances 1 and 6 relate to the existing side yard setbacks for the building and an encroaching roof eaves. I'm not going to spend any time on that. Variance 5 is a front yard setback to the bay window, and we believe it actually creates visual continuity of a protruded bay window with other bay windows in the block of Chilton. And the final variance 2 then is the lot coverage. I mentioned that. It's almost identical as what exists. And variance 4, my last topic area for FSI, I think you'd agree with me that the FSI variance is among the most modest you would ever see requested from the Committee of Adjustment. I'm just quickly going to say integral garages are in fact found in the neighborhood, despite what some have suggested. 23 Chilton, 173 O'Connor, 159 Woodville, 161 Woodville. And the front yard setback is also not a precedent. Several homes on Chilton.
Final comment, please.
Thank you, sir. I'll wrap up here. 2 Chilton, 23 Chilton, 27 Chilton, 42 Chilton have all been approved for similar front yard setbacks. So this is not a precedent, sir. I'm happy to answer any questions, but then respond to any concerns that may be expressed.
Thank you. Mr. Clay.
Chair, I know we're going to be hearing from others, but I just wanted to get this in before we hear, because I think a lot of the concern is about height. David, you mentioned that there are a number of properties in the neighborhood which have reached either 9 or slightly above 9 meters. I was looking specifically at 7 Chilton and 1 Chilton. Do you happen to know roughly what the height of those two are? That gives us a little frame of reference for how your client's proposal would compare.
Yes, 7 Chilton, I just opened. I have the decision in front of me. Committee approved at 8.95 meters. And if you just give me a moment through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Clay, if I can
take your time.
Just stall a little, because I have them open here.
1 Chilton is sort of across the street.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. If I have it in my, I have 27 Chilton, which was a height of 8.71.
Just to clarify, 7's right next door, right? And you said it was 8.9?
Yes, sir. Let me just open it again through you, Mr. Chair. Just, it was 8.95.
Thanks.
And I'm just opening all of my decisions. I've got 7 Chilton twice.
If you can find it afterwards, I'm fine, David.
I will do that.
I just wanted to get, it helps us to kind of put this proposal in a bit of context.
I will do that.
Okay.
2 Chilton had a couple of approvals. In fact, it was approved back in 2012 at 9.09, 2 Chilton. Although I recognize that's an older approval. I will find 1 Chilton of Mr. Clay through you, Mr. Chair, when I come back to speak to you.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
We will go now to.
Appreciate it.
We'll go now to this registered speaker standing by and moderator.
Hi, it's Andrea Gabors here.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the.
I have a supporting document. If you could bring that up before I start.
Andrea Gabors.
Yes.
Just give us a moment to find it here. You've submitted this previously, correct?
Yes, I submitted it yesterday. It's a PDF.
While we're waiting, Chair, I misspoke. It was 2 Chilton. I apologize. David had it correct.
Okay.
I can answer that question. 2 Chilton is 8.55 meters in height.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question as well? Andrea, are you an architect?
I am not.
Okay. I was going to have to declare a conflict because I know an Andrea Gabors who's an architect, so it's not you. Thanks.
Oh, wow.
Okay. You submitted that just yesterday. It's not for sure then that we'll be able to access it. That's a shame it wasn't submitted earlier.
No, I was told it was completely fine to submit it. It's a PDF. It's 5 slides. They're super important to
Okay.
my presentation.
Are these those showing now?
I cannot see anything on my screen, but it'll say physical characteristics of the neighborhood.
We have it.
You do? Okay.
It's photographs,
So
right?
I cannot see it on my screen, but I will just go with it. If you guys can see it, that's fine. So I'm good to start? I'm good to start?
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andrea Gabors. My partner and I live at 11 Chilton Road, next door to 9 Chilton Road. Let me begin by speaking to the physical characteristics of the neighborhood. Slide 1 shows us a comparison between Chilton Road and Woodville Avenue. As you can see, Woodville comprises of a mix and match of house styles, whereas Chilton Road has a consistent original style of house. Woodville is a long east-west street. Chilton is a short north-south block. Woodville has large variation in lot frontages, while Chilton has equal lot frontages. Because there's too great a difference between Woodville and Chilton, Policy 5 of the official plan directs us to consider only the block of Chilton Road when evaluating existing physical character. Slide 2, please. There's a clear built form pattern on Chilton Road. Every house on this block has the front stairs at the mutual drive side. Each bay window is adjacent to the next home's bay window. So you have a pattern up and down the street that follows. Stairs, stairs, bay window, stairs, stairs, bay window, bay window. There's a reason for this pattern. Unlike homes with private driveways providing space between each house, Chilton Road comprises of only mutual drives and little space between the homes at the bay window side. This pattern provides space and privacy when homes are in such close proximity. The proposal at 9 Chilton Road would relocate the front stairs from the mutual drive side to the bay window side, throwing off the intentional built form pattern and would not conform to the official plan policy 5A and H. Slide 3, please. Relocated stairs would impact us directly by creating considerable privacy issues, since the stairs will then be adjacent to our bay window. As you can see in the photo, anyone using the stairs and porch will have a close-up view into our living room through our bay window. The person in the photo is standing at the center of the proposed stair location. The photo was taken from our living room and clearly shows how this will impact our privacy. A privacy structure was suggested, but it would jut out into the front yard since it would have to cover both the porch and the stairs. Slide 4, please. Regarding the front yard setback, the proposal includes a nearly 4-foot front addition, which would not maintain the official plan policy 5F, which states developments must respect and reinforce existing physical character of prevailing setbacks of buildings from the street. The pink area indicating the front addition would mass out almost 4 feet and up over 9 meters. All the houses on both sides of the block are in line with one another. They have a uniform and indistinguishable prevailing front yard setback. The proposed front addition not only disrupts the current alignment pattern, but would become a prominent massing feature on an already shallow front yard. Slide 5, please. There's a domino effect of impact stemming from the proposed development. Because the integral garage is taking up living space within the house, the applicant is seeking to include not 1, but 2 floors above the garage to replace lost living space. This is generating the height variance. It would become the tallest house on this block of Chilton, and from the street, the house now appears like a 3-story home. The integral garage is also creating a massive front addition, which in turn is generating the front yard setback variance and the need for the front porch and stairs to be relocated to the opposite side of the building. In conclusion, the changes to the front of the house are significant and insensitive to Chilton Road. They disrupt the built form character and pattern that is unique to this block and would contradict the official plan policy 5A, C, F, and H. We believe the applicant has not assessed the proposal against the official plan, and we ask that this application is considered for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Precisely 5 minutes. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? Mr. Nipfel, then Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chairman, I have Ms. Gabor's submission, the letter, and it included in it our drawings that are color coded and so forth. And I read the letter, but I didn't. The photographs that she was referring to, I don't have them. Are they? Did everybody else see them while she was speaking? Because if I'm the only one that didn't get them projected, then I will pass. But I didn't see anything.
I saw the photographs. Sahir saw them photographs.
Okay, I'm going to decline to vote on this one then, because I didn't see the photograph she was referring to at all.
Okay. What was on your screen?
The grid of you guys, just pictures of you guys.
Oh, okay. He was getting the
So I appreciate the work she went to. And because I couldn't see them, I don't think it's fair. So I will abstain from this one.
Oh, okay. I think it's true that the rest of us did see. Mr. Kay, did you see the photographs?
I did, Chair. I'm wondering, can they be put up again just to confirm that Carl can't see them?
Let's do that.
Carl, can you see that?
No, I just see the grid of the speakers.
Okay, well, I was seeing it, okay.
Okay, but in fairness, I think I should not vote on this one.
Okay. Mr. Chang, did you have a question for the speaker?
Yes, I do, yeah. And
Go
first
ahead.
of all, I want to say that the presentation was done very well. I haven't seen a presentation from an opposition prepare that well. So can you, sorry, staff, could you please go to the page where the speaker was talking about the pattern of the windows and exactly this one. So I just want to ask the speaker that this pattern, is it from which point to which point? Are you talking about just the houses around you and the subject property, or is we're talking about the whole street?
I'm talking about the whole block of Chilton Road, so I was not able to fit in every single house on the street, but there are only 14 houses on this block.
Okay.
And so each house has, with the exception of the two corner houses, 1 and 2,
Right.
Chilton Road. But regardless of those, every house shares a mutual drive. The stairs flow into the mutual drive, and then each house has, as I said before, the bay windows side by each, and it is that pattern up and down the street. And if the applicant is able to build what they're proposing, they will be flipping that pattern and completely disrupting it on this block of Chilton Road.
Right, and I just want to ask you one more specific question. Which variance would control the direction of the staircase and the windows?
I believe it's a collection of, it's the collective of the height and the front yard setback variance.
But what
However,
I mean,
the official.
I'm trying to help you, but I'm just trying to be more specific. That there's a pattern here, but let's say the property, I mean the design is going to meet all the variances, then there is still a chance that he can place the staircase and window in the opposite direction that breaks this pattern. So I'm just wondering, is there any front yard setback or side yard setback or main wall height that can that is something that is directly related to this relationship of bay window and doors direction?
I think if the, I guess not. I mean, the front yard setback, if,
I see.
I'm not really sure how he would keep an integral garage but keep the stairs on that side unless he wants to put them.
I mean, you show a very good diagram that justifies, especially the next one. You have someone to stand in that, proposed porch, and we can see that there's a privacy issues here. But then I was looking at the variances. I can't find any of that can address this issue. It's not about setback. There's no variances talking about directions of main walls or opening of windows. Sometimes, sometimes bylaws have those kind of description, but not here. And
Yes.
I guess your other point is about the height of the front entrance. I think that might be more relevant about the main front wall being too tall. The 14-feet ceiling is breaking the pattern, which you will reference back to the OP. Okay, no, I'm just, trying to help, trying to find a relationship.
Yes,
Okay. Diagrams and
the proposal itself, to me, it does not maintain the official plan.
Okay.
So it doesn't meet all 4 tests, and although possibly the variances do, if they do, I don't think the front yard setback does, because the front yard setback.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt there because we do have other speakers patiently waiting. So we're going to go on now to the next.
I get my answers. Thank you.
Very good. And moderator will have the first speaker. I believe the speaker is speaking in support. Next one on the list, join us, please.
Hi,
Hello?
Franco, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Franco Temprile, and I'm at 7 Chilton Road, right next door to the proposed development. And I'd like to speak in support of it. I'm certainly not as eloquent as Andrea is, and I do apologize for that, but I'll speak plainly as I can. I think the development is good for the neighborhood. As far as the footprint and the mass goes, it's almost essentially the same size as my house. A hair taller, but the length is about the same. And it actually covers, the ratio is actually smaller because their property is bigger than mine. The integral garage would benefit me because it would give me better access to the mutual driveway. I do have a legal parking pad in the back, although most cars won't fit there, but if I decide to get a smart car or something like that, I'd be able to use it. And the way it is now with parking pads, you can't. But if they got an integral garage, it would be a benefit to me. Now, I walked around the neighborhood over the weekend to see how many houses had integral garages, and I was quite surprised to see quite a few of them had it. And even though I'd walked down those streets dozens, if not hundreds of times before, I never noticed them because they quite fit in. It's quite good for the neighborhood. I mean, they don't stick out. It suits the neighborhood. I looked at the drawing. It looks fine. It meets the nature and the character of the neighborhood. The bigger house being there, I think it's good. I've been there since 2020, and aside from one family, I've never seen any kids grow up there because they come here, they have kids, and then by the time the kids are 4 or 5, they have to move to get bigger places. I would like a little continuity, and I'd like to see, more of a family vibe to the street, which it doesn't have right now. As far as consultation, I know that the owners spoke to me, and I've spoken to a lot of the neighbors, and they spent a ton of time, and they worked everybody's or most people's concerns into their designs. The streets, the neighborhood's an eclectic mix. There's some bigger houses, some smaller houses. I think it would fit in perfectly well with the neighborhood. I think it would be an asset to the neighborhood, not only street values, but just the way it looks. And in closing, I'd like to say that I've been there a long time. I know these people. I've spoken to a ton of the neighbors. They overwhelmingly support this project. And the people who object are aggressive, and it's not right that, and it makes them not want to be involved.
Well,
and it's not right that the minority gets to dictate. But overall, like I said, I think it'd be good, and I think the neighbors who I've spoken to would love it.
I think we'll leave that there because I don't want this to degenerate into a discussion of individuals. But we do value your comments as we do those of everyone who calls in, but and your support. So that's good information for the panel to consider in the overall mix of the applications or of the verbal submissions that we're hearing.
Can I speak? I didn't want to make a comment about individual. I just wanted to make a point that a majority versus a minority support it. That was my only point.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any questions for this speaker panel? Okay. I believe there's one more speaker standing by. Moderator, okay. Let's have that person join us by stating their name.
Hi there. My name is Simran Kular, and I live at 159 Woodville Avenue, which is, and my house is kind of just at the end of Chilton Road, where it hits Woodville. So we're almost maybe one door over. And I'd like to speak in support of the development, the proposed development at 9 Chilton. We have a home that has an integral garage, as does our immediate neighbor to the right. We think it really adds to the, it's a great way of having a garage. I think the fact that they wouldn't be able to access their garage in the back because they wouldn't be able to get a car back there, I think is important in this case. And I think it would look elegant. And as Franco said, there's many homes in the neighborhood that have integral garages. And even just Chilton Road further down on the other side of O'Connor, although this is a small block, it does continue. and there's a variety of homes, and they're not just all, you know, smaller homes. So I think that's something to consider as well. As Franco said as well, Mina did a really great job of consulting with many of the neighbors, spent several hours kind of talking to people, which is much appreciated. You know, we look forward to having them in the community, as Franco said, to have their young son grow up there and, you know, add to the diversity in the neighborhood. And it already is an eclectic mix of homes, and I think that's what makes Toronto so great. So yeah, I just generally wanted to speak in support, and yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel? Hearing none. Okay. We can now then go back to the applicant. There was one speaker who spoke in opposition with some very cohesive thoughts. We'd like your response to those, please, and this is your opportunity to speak in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am just going to quickly note it is appreciated that people in support take time out of their lives to come and speak in support. I think this committee is well aware of the fact that it's typically people like me acting as agent or those in opposition, and I would simply ask the committee to note people coming out to spend their time to support as well. In terms of just a few of the comments, first, I have confirmed again that the variance for 7 Chilton is to 8.95 meters, and there have been 2 approvals in respect of 2 Chilton. In 2012, the Committee of Adjustment approved 9.09 meters, and as the speaker indicated, there was a second subsequent approval that secured 8.55 meters, which was then ultimately implemented. Just very quickly on that height, again, this is a bit of a function of the weird nature, frankly, of 569/2013 and how you determine a roof. I would just simply note that the former bylaw here for 6752 actually permitted 8.5 meters, and it's the 7.2 meters that's come in to deal with frankly, these type of flat roof structures that is resulting in a variance that may seem more extreme. But 9.07 versus that 8.5, I would just note for the committee, I don't think is very significant. Yes, there are bungalows on the street, but the heights permissions are greater. That is slowly occurring on this street and others in the neighborhood, both in the broader geographic and within the immediate context. And frankly, it's to create this built form with the integral garage, and the height based on that, frankly, is not that much. I heard through you, Mr. Chair, the comment about the 14-foot ceiling, but I would simply remind the committee that there's also a portion that's 7.5 feet. And so if you lower the 14-foot portion, you then make the living space above the garage, frankly, unusable. And so the two of them actually work together to create livable space within the dwelling. In terms of then just if I can deal with the front, first of all, numerically, we did look at what has been approved in the area from just a quantitative perspective when you think about that test of prevailing. And so we went through all of the Committee of Adjustment decisions over the last 10 years. And as I noted, there are 4 homes on Chilton approved with similar front yard setbacks. But within the neighborhood, we did the math, and over the past 10 years, the average approved variance from the front yard setback is 1.97 meters. We're seeking a reduction of 1.17 meters. So it's actually less than the average deviation that's been approved over the last 10 years. We do have the site plan before you to show the consistency then of bay windows protruding from the buildings on the street. 2 final points, if I might, on that. The first is, through you, Mr. Chair, to the valid question, I think, about what zoning standard secures driveways, bay windows, staircase locations on houses, and the answer is simply none. And I would just respectfully say that's what we need to look at here is the variances, not a form of architectural control in terms of determining where bay windows should be or stairs should be. If that was the intent of the bylaw, we would see performance standards to regulate that. And then finally, in terms of privacy, in the package that was submitted to the committee on behalf of my client, it's a 19-page document. I don't know if staff are able to pull up page 15 of that just for the panel to see. We actually also did a bit of a photographic study in terms of if you were standing on the existing porch versus standing on the location of the proposed porch, looking north at the home at 11 Chilton. In both circumstances, you can see in the side of the bay window. And I don't think it's a reasonable expectation of privacy in the city to think that a front bay window that overlooks the street has an expectation of privacy in it the same way we do in our rear yards. And so whether someone's on those steps in the existing location or on the steps in a slightly closer location, that person could see in the side of that bay window. And our photographic exhibit shows that. And I would just ask the committee to consider that.
Final comment, please.
That is all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just one question relates to the removal of the garage. Once removed, what are you anticipating to be in its place in terms of ground cover? Will it be just soft landscaping?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is a site plan in the package through you, Mr. Chair, that shows that area. There is an existing pergola out there that would remain, and that space would then be added back as soft landscaping.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there, panel, any further questions of the applicant? In that case, we're ready to take the application into committee for moving toward a motion. If anyone has comments first, go ahead, Mr. Byatt, please.
No specific comments, rather moving towards a motion, if I may. One of the big challenges that we always face, and I think, work, we always see that happening, is the notion of change. I understand the neighbors' contention that there may be a change to what appears to be a cookie cutter pattern previously established. But life is not a cookie cutter situation. I think we will constantly see change and evolution. So while I appreciate her concerns, I also recognize the need for change. This property and its neighbor next door is reflective of all the changes that we begin to see. The fact that the garage is on the right side as you face the home is also indicative of the fact that there's a curb cut that allows for access to a garage. So the idea of putting a garage on the opposite side doesn't make any sense. I would like to commend the applicant as well for returning the rear, replacing the garage with soft landscaping. And I also wanted to note the soft landscaping or permeable driveway that they are proposing, which I think makes a lot of sense. I don't have any concerns with this proposal, and I'd be quite happy to move motion to approve. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached to this application.
Is there a second to that?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, just bring to your attention in the deferred package, their urban forestry did comment with condition number 1. So perhaps that may, you may want to consider that.
Okay. Can we add, apparently forestry did comment, Mr. Byatt, can we add forestry?
Yes, by all means. Sorry, that's one that I missed.
Okay.
Chair, I'm happy to second, but I wanted to make a couple comments beforehand, if I might.
Go ahead.
Without belaboring the point, I did want to acknowledge Ms. Gabor's presentation. I thought you know, when someone has concerns, sometimes we get a letter, sometimes we don't. But that was a very thoughtful, well-constructed and well-presented series of positions that I think we as panel members all really appreciated. Having said that, I think Mr. Bronskill did a equally good job in reflecting on how these variances interact not only with the neighborhood, but what we're trying to achieve in terms of new housing stock. I think Zahir is right on with respect to change, but it's not just a change for the sake of change. It's when we're seeing neighborhoods that are principally bungalows being areas where there is inevitably going to be regeneration. There is inevitably going to be, with the housing prices and affordability and attainability, we are going to see, and we have seen, instances where second stories or the bungalows are redeveloped and increased in space. That is a natural evolution of the urban fabric, and I don't think the proposal before us is egregious. I don't think it's out of character. The only observation I would make in final is that integral garages, I don't think, personally, I don't have any real problems with integral garages, but they do contribute to increases in height. And that's, I think, the case here. If you go around that neighborhood, someone mentioned that there are a lot of integral garages already, but a lot of them are reverse slopes, which, you know, don't really contribute to the height, and, you know, are the kinds of structures that we're trying to avoid going forward for obvious reasons for flooding. So we're trying to eliminate reverse slope driveways. Part of that consequence is we're seeing more at grade integral garages. So that's almost an inevitable change as well. So I acknowledge some of the concerns, but I'm happy to second Zahir's comment in a very long-winded sort of way.
Thank you very much. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve, subject to forestry. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Okay, those opposed? Oh, so I'm sorry, Mr. Nipfel, you were in favor on that?
No, I'm abstaining because I didn't see Ms. Gabor's presentation.
I apologize. I apologize.
Materials were not shown on my screen.
I understand. Okay. I remember now, and I'm sorry about that. Okay, very good.
Sorry to have missed it. It sounded very good.
Very good. We do have the motion is carried by a unanimous vote of 4, and the application is so approved. Now, at this stage, panel and those watching, we just have 2 applications to go. However, I am mindful of the fact that the panel has now been working away at these applications for nearly 10 hours. The 2 applications which are yet to go involve a total of about 8 speakers, so they're going to take a little time for us to listen and to consider. This being the case, I'm going to recess again at this stage for a quick 10-minute recess and ask panel members to be back promptly at 7:28, and we'll get going again to wrap up the agenda. So in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. We resume. And we resume with item number 44 on the agenda, 98 Hogarth Avenue. On this application, we have before us submitted materials, plus a copy of the May 4th public hearing. There are revised site plans, floor plans, and elevations. There's correspondence in support from 82 Hogarth. And there's correspondence in interest from 128 Hogarth, 96, 88, 103, 94, plus 97 Hampton, 99 Hampton, 91 Hogarth, 102 Hogarth, 105 Hogarth, 86 Hogarth, 97 Hogarth, and 83 Hogarth. We will ask the applicant first to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep, good evening. I'm the applicant agent.
Very good. Okay. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question before he begins? All of the opposition that was originally registered have withdrawn their opposition based on revised drawings dated July the 25th, 2022. The drawings that we've received are for April the 28th, 2022, and I don't have the revised drawings. I'm at a loss as to where they are. They're not in the agenda, they're not in the added material, and yet they're critical to these people withdrawing their objections. So perhaps we could hear about that.
We did uploaded the revised drawings back on, I guess, July 25th, around that week.
Through you.
Together with the what's that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The plans are shown here in our agenda package dated July 25th, 2022. Are those the plans that are the most recent?
Yes.
Applicant?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
it is, yes.
Okay. And the revised notice is what went out with 4 variances?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Okay, but where does it say July the 25th on any of those drawings? Because what I've got issued February and issued April, but I can't find a July date anywhere.
So if you click on plans, it's the first page.
Yeah.
The top right corner, it says received by Committee of Adjustment at 9:29 a.m., July 25th, 2022.
Okay, that's not what mine says. Mine says received by Committee of Adjustment at 3 p.m. on March the 30th, 2022.
Are you looking in the deferred package or
No, I'm
the
looking-
newer package?
Pardon me. That
Yes.
might be it. Hold on a second.
That is it, because I
Oh,
just
God,
opened it
I'm
up
sorry
now.
if that's the case.
Yeah, not a
My
problem.
mistake. I'm sorry.
No,
Thank
it's
you very
okay.
much.
Yep, as long as we got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. My name is Danilo Marquez Marasigan, representing in behalf of the owner of 98 Hogarth, Mr. and Mrs. Leila Sarabwe and Carmelo Mitzi of Royal Hill Homes. On our last hearing dated May 4, 2022, the application before the Committee of Adjustment was deferred to give the builder an opportunity to meet the ratepayers or objectors to respond to their concern. We are pleased to inform that we held a meeting with representatives of ratepayers and we have made the changes that they have suggested. They have indicated from the letter of the ratepayers and have indicated that their satisfaction. The following are the changes made and agreed upon. Number one, to accept the minor variance height of proposed height of 10.69 meter as built. Have revised the third floor rear wall to be set back equal to the immediate neighbor to the west, which is 100 Hogarth Avenue. No variance is required. Have the FSI not to exceed 0.96. We altered the plan as per this request. We are submitting the variance to provide for which it is a reduction from the previous proposed FSI of 1.01. Have the depth of the building not to exceed 16 meters. We have altered and comply with this request and no variance is required. They do not want to see a solid guardrail on the third floor balcony. We have amended the plan to show glass guardrail which is acceptable to the ratepayers and no variance is required also. The other two variants we are seeking is the height of the main wall from the required 7.5 meters to 10.46 proposed, and this variance is acceptable for the ratepayers. And the last one is to permit the maximum height, the old bylaw number 438-86, which requires a maximum height of 10 meters. We are proposing the height of 10.69 meters, and this is acceptable to the ratepayers. Mr. Chair, as stated earlier, we listened to the concern of the ratepayers, and we are pleased to report that we have made the changes which alleviated their concern. We also like to take this opportunity to thank the ratepayers for their cooperation and help and input, which have improved the overall architectural design of the building. In my opinion, the four variances being sought are minor in nature and meet the four tests of Section 45-1 of the Planning Act, individually and collectively. We also took the opportunity to review the number of decisions made by the COA over the years in this area, and our proposal is in keeping with this earlier decision. We therefore respectfully ask the committee to approve the four variances being sought. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'll prepare to answer any question.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the
Just
registry.
quickly, Chair, can I just get a confirmation? So this was already built, so you
Yes,
have
sir.
are planning to make these new adjustments to the already built building by removing certain portions, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, let's have the first person speaking.
Hi, Cynthia, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Cynthia Wilkie. I live at 128 Hogarth Avenue. And I am one of the three neighbors who negotiated directly with Royal Hill Homes to achieve this modification. This is the fourth committee of adjustment appearance on this property. You are seeing such a large number of letters withdrawing objections because there were a very large number of objectors from the neighboring properties in the previous three hearings. And yes, this is a building that is already framed, fully framed, and that was one of the issues for the neighbors. As a result of the meeting with Royal Hill Farms, the July 25th plans before you illustrate the modifications that have been made to the original plans and the intended modifications to the as-built condition. And as a result of those changes, I and other objectors have agreed to withdraw the objections, providing that the C of A agrees to impose the conditions our correspondence requests. And those conditions are, you'll see the letters are virtually identical because we all worked on common language, that the building at 98 Hogarth will be constructed in accordance with these plans, and specifically that the building will not exceed 10.69 meters in height, will have a third floor rear wall setback equal to that of its neighbor at 100 Hogarth. And I'll just mention that was the most critical change. The impact of 3 floors of full depth and at the height, which requires the variance, was created a very significant impact on the 2 adjacent properties. And I think the rest of us looked at that, not wanting to see a similar type of structure next to our properties. So that was the most significant change. The third condition is that the FSI will be as no greater than what has been indicated on the plans of 0.96. That's a reduction from the original application that is mainly due to the third floor setback. It will have a depth that does not exceed 16 meters. Right now, the as-built form is deeper than 16 meters, so the owner has agreed to take 2.5 feet off that back. And the last part, which is a condition requiring glass or other light permeable or penetrable third floor guardrails, is all about light penetration into the adjacent properties. So I'm mindful of the concerns that Mr. Nipple has raised about privacy, but I think in this particular circumstance, light penetration is much more important than privacy. The owner had actually proposed various types of privacy screens, which just, I think, intensified the problematic elements of the design of the building. So we don't want to see those come back. So these modifications are critical to the withdrawal of my objection, and as others have stated for theirs as well. So we are very respectfully asking that those items be included as a condition of any approval of this application. And we understand, we've been advised by Royal Hill Homes that they have no objection to the Committee of Adjustment, including those terms in its decision. And perhaps the agent can confirm that, but we also have email confirmation if that's required. So that is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clay.
So if the first 4 conditions are conditions that are reflected in the revised plan. So if we were to approve this, we would likely just approve, make our approval subject to the plans. Would that be okay with you guys?
Well, I guess because this has a long and I would say until recently troubled history, we would feel much better if you actually included all of the terms. I do understand what you're saying about that, those elements being included, sort of directly related to the plans that have been submitted. But I guess to just put a very fine point on it and for the comfort of the many, many neighbors who have participated, it would be preferable, if you can, to include all of those terms.
Okay, we'll think about that. Other questions for this speaker panel? No. Moderator, next speaker.
Hi,
Yes,
Wayne.
my name is Wayne Dowler. I live at 96 Hogarth Avenue in the shadow of 98 Hogarth Avenue. I'll be very brief, we're all tired. And I endorse what the previous speaker has said in detail. We're very happy to have achieved this compromise with the applicant. We don't object any longer to the original variances. We don't object to the proposed variances at the moment. However, in light of the past devious behavior of Mr. Measy, the builder, it's very important to us that the variances be tied to the plan on the table that is before you. That's essential to our support. And so, in conclusion, I respectfully request that the variances are granted on condition that the building conform in detail to the plan before you. And I would point out that the agent did not
refer to the setback on the third floor. That is our most critical detail. Otherwise, I have no objections, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel, for this speaker? Nope, not hearing any. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have one.
Go ahead.
On the front page of the drawings, and the reason that I was having trouble before, I wanted to make sure that in the negotiations that these plans replicated everything you'd negotiated, and it's a long list. But on the plan, that the very first page, it says the proposed third floor rear wall location is to be aligned with 106 Hogarth Avenue's third floor rear wall. Is that what the last speaker was referring to, that he was concerned wasn't referenced?
Yes, and it's 100 Hogarth Avenue. But to be aligned, the arrangement is it to be aligned. The third floor setback is to be aligned with this.
I'm sorry, I didn't put it on enough of an expansion. It does say 100. So it's listed on the front page of the drawing package that was received in July.
Yes. And the drawing shows that.
Yep.
Any further questions for this speaker? Okay, then we'll go back to the agent for his response.
Oh, I just want to confirm that I have no any issue of what they are requesting with regards to the to the list of variances, basically, anyways, right? This is what we have agreed, and also this is also what we have applied for to seek variances, and with regards to that Mina mentioning the setback issue on the third floor, I believe I did. That's number 3. What do you call it? We are submitting drawings of I have the depth of building. I did drawn it on the revised plan. And that's number 2 that I said have revised the third floor rear wall to be set back equal to the immediate neighbor to the west, which is 100 Hogarth Avenue. So.
Okay, well, is this the right drawing that we're looking at here now?
I believe so. Yes, it's bubbled. Right? Yeah, bubbled and.
Okay. We're looking at the bubbles and trying to find this reference to 100 and setting back in line with it. I don't see it so far. Could you scroll up and down a bit so in case there's other bubbles? Did you say this is in a bubble?
Yes, sir. If you go up, right there, right? Extent of the existing third floor rear wall at I don't know, it's 100 Hogarth.
Very good. Okay.
Right, and then extent of the proposed third floor rear wall at 98 Hogarth Avenue.
Very good. Okay, then, panel, are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The elephant in the room, how did you get to this point where you built a house without getting the approval? It's not like in the earlier one where there was an elderly lady that didn't realize that she needed to have an approval to rebuild her porch. That I could understand.
Well, that's the question you have to ask about the builder, sir. That's the question you have to ask.
I'm sorry, you're no. I'm sorry. You're the agent. I need an answer from you. I mean,
okay.
This is appalling. How did you get this far?
During the process of construction, the foundation that we are proposing still comply, but that addition is meant to be for a back concrete deck, and around that time the builder saw an opportunity that maybe we could make it bigger and actually, apply for committee of adjustment. Not to make it a secret, but we are going to apply for the for the committee of adjustment anyways. It's not some.
Well, it's a little late.
Yes, that was like 2 years ago.
Well, I frankly, I don't think that's a very good answer, Mr. Chairman, but I'll leave it at that. I think it's appalling that a property could advance to this state before they come to committee of adjustment when there are variances required and the construction proceeds without permits. I'm appalled.
And I guess for the benefit of those watching, we do have to say the Committee of Adjustment does not condone building without appropriate approvals. We do get these applications where it has happened, and we are asked to look at them from a particular perspective, not from a punitive perspective, but we're asked to look at when the variances come to us, we're asked to look at them from the point of view of if the construction had not taken place and this was still a proposal on paper, would the minor variances proposed get our approval, or would we reject them? So that's the way the committee does have to look at these. Okay, any further questions for the applicant? Let's take, in that case, the application into committee for a motion, or if there's discussion that needs to happen before that, let's have that discussion now. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll kick it off. I think we all share Carl's concern about how on earth this building got to this state without a building permit or without getting committee of adjustment approval. It is a little shocking. So good on the neighbors, for everyone for flagging this and taking it upon yourself to ensure that this development is done properly and in keeping with your serious concerns. So having said that, I think it's a good example of negotiated settlement. It is a reasonably attractive building. It looks like it is now done in a way which limits any negative impact to the neighbors and surrounding community. So I think it warrants support at this stage. So I'm happy to move a motion to approve. I'm going to suggest this, that the first four conditions that the neighbors have noted in all their correspondence can be appropriately addressed by tying the approval to plans that are submitted and received by us on July 25th. And I would suggest that the fifth item I'm happy to make as a condition, and it reads, as is in the letters, have glass or other penetrable third floor guardrails, and excluding posts if needed to frame glass according to the Ontario Building Code requirements. That one's not covered in the plan, so I'm happy to attach that as a separate condition.
Okay.
Through
Mr.
you,
Byatt.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, through
Oh,
you, Mr.
yes.
Chair. Again, if committee members refer to the deferred package, there is a memo from Urban Forestry with conditions number 2 and 3
Oh,
for consideration as well.
Thank you very much.
oh, of course. Thank you, Sabrina. I hadn't looked at the deferred package, frankly.
Okay, so forestry does apply. Mr.
So,
Byatt,
yeah.
sorry.
I would just concur with Larry, and I'd be happy to second the motion.
Okay. It is moved, therefore, and seconded to so approve the application subject to forestry and subject to the condition that Mr. Clay cited. All those in favor, show of hands, please. That vote is unanimous to carry that motion and to so approve the application. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could the minutes also show this committee doesn't condone proceeding like this without necessary approvals?
I think that's important that they do show that, please. Yes.
That's been noted as for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I might just add a little comment as well, Mr. Chair. Ironically, the builder has spent 2 years because of the behavior, inappropriate behavior. They've lost 2 years perhaps or thereabouts of not having a project completed and being available for sale.
Very good point.
Economic cost. Doesn't make any sense.
That takes us to item number 45 on the agenda, last item on the agenda, 44 Van Stassen Boulevard. On this application, committee has before it copy of the minutes of the June 22nd public hearing, submitted materials, revised site plan received June 23. Copy of correspondence sent to Terry and Doris Dunn at 42 Van Stassen from Stephen Kurtzner. Presentation materials from the applicant received August 3rd. There is commenting correspondence from City Planning and a staff report from Transportation Services. Correspondence, one form letter in support signed by owners and occupants of 7 Irmac. In interest or concern, correspondence received from 35 Van Stassen. In opposition, correspondence received from 1 Irmac, 37 Van Stassen, 33 Van Stassen, another from 33 Van Stassen, and also from 39 Van Stassen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the staff received late materials yesterday, a revised zoning review, revised set of plans, and presentation materials that the applicant owner will be presenting.
Thank you. And beyond that, there was also correspondence received from 31 Van Stassen from Linda Payton. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'm going to have to abstain from this one as well because I can't see the images. They're not projecting to me.
Very good. That's a shame. Okay. Let us then go to the agent and bring the agent on board.
Stephanie Kersner, and I'm the agent, and together with Russell Cooper, co-owner of the property.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite grasp your name. Would you mind repeating it?
Yes, of course. It's Stephanie Kersner.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Stephanie, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please go ahead now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good evening, committee members. I'll just quickly note that we received comments from transportation yesterday morning. We were able to submit a revised set of drawings to allow for a parking space behind the main front wall of the house. We also obtained an updated list of variances to address transportation's concerns, and which I hope will alleviate some of the concerns raised by our neighbors. I'm not sure whether the committee has received the updated list of variants. variances? If not, please let me know, and I would be happy to read those revisions in for you this evening. If we could please turn to the revised site plan. Oh, here's the zoning notice. There should be four variances. Yeah. So this is the correct updated
Okay,
zoning notice.
just while we're on this then, the public notice, which is what the committee has before it, still shows 6 minor variances. So, just before we get started, I think we should go through the minor variances, because you're down to 4 now, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, let's go.
So,
If you would go to the public notice then, please, here it is up on the screen now, and tell us which variances are deleted and which, if any, are modified.
yes, absolutely. So there are 2 variances that are deleted, and those are variance number 4 in respect to the front yard landscaping,
Okay.
as well as variance number 6, which seeks for zero parking on the lot.
Those variances are eliminated, okay.
Correct.
Are any of the remaining variances modified or revised?
No,
Okay,
they are
very
not.
good. Okay, so go ahead and do you mind starting the clock again, please? Go ahead.
Thank you. So the proposal consists of a 2-story footprint extension at the rear and side of the structure, and is a total added area of 63.2 meters. The proposed side addition is less wide than the existing side addition, and is now the same length, allowing for a carport directly in front. The revised proposal also maintains the existing front entrance. With reference to this slide before you, this diagram is intended to illustrate the high level of general conformity to zoning bylaw overall. The solid red line reflects the existing structure. The dashed blue line depicts the proposed built form, and the solid green line is the permitted profile for the zone. The proposed rear addition is skinnier. It is a little deeper, but is considerably set back from the east lot line than is permitted. The proposal is within the allowable FSI and overall height restrictions, and the design and massing is common to the vernacular of this area. Variance numbers 1, 2, and 3 seek reductions to the rear and side yard setbacks and an increase to the permitted encroachment for the deck. Turning to page 3 of the presentation slides, this is a summary of rear yard setbacks granted in the area, as well as the proposal highlighted for you in green. The rear yard setback sought represents a very minor change of 0.82 meters or 9.8%. And as you'll notice from the 3rd column, the required rear yard for properties in the area tends to be 7.5 meters, which is the rear yard sought. Turning to the following page, the same is true for the proposed side yard setback on the west side, indicating that the variances sought respect the prevailing pattern setbacks in the area. In addition, as these more extensive applications are considered minor, it follows that the within application could also be supportable in its immediate context. Last, the proposal includes an entrance to a secondary suite within the side addition, which triggers the restriction against altering a front wall to accommodate. The side entrance is sufficiently set back from the front wall of the house by over 20 feet and should not impact the streetscape in any way. The proposal maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, respects and reinforces the existing physical character of buildings, streetscapes, and open space patterns in the neighborhood. So with these supporting reasonings and support through consultation with planning, there is nothing objectionable about this application. It is reasonable and meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. These are my initial submissions in support of the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, we have 4 speakers in opposition standing by. Do you have questions now for the applicant, or shall we go to the registered speakers? Let's go to the speakers, okay? Moderator, first speaker, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Good evening. My name is Louise Engelman. I'm here with Stephen Warden. We live and own 1 Ermac Court. I'm going to start off with a change to what I was going to say because I'm a little bit surprised that, as at the last minute, they're presenting something completely different than what we have in our hands. So these new documents have not been circulated to us. The original proposal was deferred till today, and once again we have a change as of yesterday. I don't know how this can be permitted because we're working with information that was submitted in July. So that's my first comment. And I know you've had a very long day, so I do appreciate your time and patience. Based on what we've just heard, I don't think this changes our opposition to this plan. But I would have to look at everything that they've presented. So again, I'm not sure how we're expected to make comments or be involved in this decision when we weren't informed of the changes. But even based on what I'm hearing, this property is part of the Warren Park neighborhood, where the urban character of the area is largely defined by established built form. Semi-detached single-family homes dominate the area. The semi-detached building envelopes created a consistent rhythm and building relationship to the street. And this is true particularly for Van Stassen, as well as the immediate adjoining streets of Varsity, Ermac, and Skylark. And although there's a range of treatments and materials for the facades of many homes in the areas resulting from renovations, these renovations fully respect the established built form of the community and the building relationship to the street. The proposal for 44 Van Stassen is very different. Now, not having looked at the new numbers, I'm not sure of where we are with the density, but the original current plans that I have in hand, they are not appropriate for the area. The 80% increase to the proposed ground floor is a significant increase that in turn creates the requested 42% increase in the width of the front wall of the house and the proposed side and rear yard setbacks. Again, I don't know how these new plans change that, but my comments are based on what I have on hand. You've addressed the parking. That was a huge concern because if they weren't going to be parking in the remaining driving spots on the driveway, they would have been parking on the street. And that raises the concern of having a second unit. If there's a tenant, are they parking on the street? Our area has extremely limited parking as of recently. Even our little court, half of the court is a no parking zone. So Van Stassen is a very busy street with a bus, and there's only parking on one side, which is opposite to there. So again, the whole parking issue is a little bit of a concern. The supporting examples provided of the other renovations in the area, they're really not relevant. They're not as extensive as this proposal is, and the size of the lots are very different. So I don't see how those can support or be used as precedents for this project. And the last thing is, in the documents I received on July 14th that I'm addressing tonight, the site plan was also, it's obviously very changed, but they've already gone ahead and chopped down trees, they've moved a shed. The site plan shows a garage, which is on the other neighbor's property, which is long gone. So again, when you resubmit an application, I would have expected that the site plan would have been accurate. But again, as I mentioned, the site plan just changed as of yesterday. So it's really hard to be, getting involved with the community and making sure that what's happening in our neighborhood works for everybody.
And my name is Steve, and I'm just going to add a couple of comments to it that we actually abut the property, and like one of the structures was moved to the rear of the yard, which abuts us, and we have not been consulted by the applicant, had any discussions with them, either proactive or reactive.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for these speakers? Okay, then we'll move on to the next speaker standing by. Hello?
Oh. Hello?
Hello there.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
I do hear you.
Hello?
You're with the panel now. Please state your name.
Okay. My name is Lisa Hoff, and I'm the owner of 35 Van Stassen Boulevard. First of all, again, news to me until this morning that the site plan had changed, so I'll present my comments based on what I had received and what we had discussed. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to present my dissenting view on this application. By virtue of the number of letters in opposition filed with the committee, it's obvious that this application has become a lightning rod for the issues being discussed today. Let me be clear, I'm not opposed to reasonable additions or renovations, but in my view, what the applicants are asking for is above and beyond reasonable for the neighborhood. Perhaps it's a case of not understanding the factors that make the Humber Valley a unique place to live. But along with the privileges of living in the valley come the responsibility of each and every homeowner to protect the character and the landscape of the surrounding area in the interest of time. I will address just two major concerns I have. To begin, by allowing the variances the applicants are asking for in total expands the footprint of the house above the allowable percentage of 50% for a single-family home. Although a change to their plans was filed late last evening, the day before the hearing, which doesn't give us the opportunity to consider the change, the reduction in square footage still makes the overall build greater than 50%. The implications may seem minor to the applicant. However, in allowing 2 suites, whether they rent them or they don't, affects every single homeowner in this valley as it relates to our taxes. This is fundamentally unfair and should not be allowed. If the committee sees fit to allow for a multiple family dwelling in the single family neighborhood, the applicant should be required to legally duplex the home so they are paying their fair share of taxes and services and remain in a category of their own. By not doing so, a new precedent is set and development comes quickly out of control. It's selfish and irresponsible to ask a selfish and irresponsible ask of the applicants to put their personal desires on the backs of homeowners who have lived here in some cases for decades. Secondly, while the applicants changed their plan to keep the existing driveway and add a carport, no doubt after the city indicated they would be responsible for removing the driveway and restoring the curb at their cost as a condition of approval, this new change does not address the issue of ensuring the required amount of soft landscaping is met. This is a very important issue in our low-lying area that the city itself is trying to rectify to ensure there's no basement flooding. Last winter was an unprecedented winter with snow accumulation, and if the prediction for the winter are true for this year, soft landscaping will allow a place for water to absorb and will be even more important. By allowing the applicants to not provide this soft landscaping requirement, the committee makes the possibility of stormwater damage and basement flooding even more possible. Finally, I'm not in opposition to reasonable additions or renovations. Many people in the valley have done so. However, I do take issue with the applicant's view outlined in their March 9th, 2022 cover letter to the committee where they say, and I quote, "We further submit that the massing of the proposed extension minimizes the impact on the neighboring properties. The proposed elevation will positively contribute to the streetscape and that the variances sought are in accordance with prior committee approvals in the neighborhood," unquote. This is the applicant's opinion only, and it should not be assumed that others agree, which is clear by the 14 letters of opposition to this project. I thank you for the time and your consideration toward my concerns.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions here? No. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you. I think I've just been unmuted. This is Stephen Carter from 39 Van Stassen Boulevard. Am I okay to proceed?
Please go ahead. Yes, we hear you clearly.
Excellent, thank you. So I want to open by just saying to the committee, I'm feeling really discombobulated, and it's the first two speakers commented on this. The plans that we're considering were posted last night at 7:56 p.m. That's just over 24 hours ago at this point. I'm certain that none of the neighbors on the street have had a chance to see them. It was only by chance that I went to check the committee website by something today to find out that a whole bunch of new materials were posted after the August 3rd deadline. It'd be very concerning if this were able to move forward today without that adequate review or public consultation, given the volume of concerns that have been expressed by the neighbors on our street. I've got 4 concerns with the application. The first one relates to stormwater management. As Lisa pointed out, we live in the valley of the Humber River. Like this neighborhood became possible when Hurricane Hazel cleared it out. Stormwater management is critical in this area. these plans are removing a lot of it. The building is increasing, the building lot coverage is increasing by 80%. From just over 500, they're adding 417 additional square feet on the ground. I did have some comments on the front yard softscaping, but I've not had an adequate chance to review the plans that have been put forward, so I need to perhaps wait to bring those comments forward. It is worth noting in the backyard that it looks like the building addition, the deck, plus the stairs attached to the deck are covering 24 feet of the backyard, leaving only 13 feet of backyard. It seems to me the lot is big enough to accommodate all of the living space that even a large family needs. And if you need an example for that, take a look at 45 Van Stassen, which is absolutely huge and was accomplished without any variances and kept within the character of the neighborhood. It seems to me that if you were to remove the covered deck in the front and back, I'm not sure if the front one is still there. Again, I've got to get up to speed with new plans, but certainly the back one, if you were to remove that back deck, that would return a significant amount of softscaping to the lot. It would also address some privacy concerns with a second-story deck that provides overlook into just about every yard up and down that street and the one behind it. I think that that change, so removing the back deck plus the second deck up above that, would have the added benefit of addressing some of the concerns that my neighbors have expressed about light, and I think those are the ones who are most directly affected by it. It was interesting to note that Ms. Kersner brought forward some comparables, and she brought forward a list of properties that she sees as comparables. There's one list with rear yard variances, another list with side yard variances. If you go through the entire list, there are 18 properties in total. Interestingly, not one of those properties can be found on both lists. So residents in the neighborhood ask for either a side yard variance or a rear yard variance. Nobody's gone forward with both. That says a ton about the character of the neighborhood and how houses have been constructed in this neighborhood. We'd ask that you consider that as a part of your decision. Additionally, if you look at the way that previous decisions get referenced, if you approve everything that's been asked for here, you are going to set a new precedent for this neighborhood. Put simply, 44 Van Stassen will become the new comparable for future applicants, and I think that creates a slippery slope. Again, thinking we live in the valley of the Humber River. Please maintain our current approval standards. The building growth is significant, and per the city's zoning department, if the building envelope is increasing by more than 50%, then it needs to be converted to a legal duplex. So if this application moves forward as it is, one thing that we would ask for as a condition of approval is that the owners be asked to convert this to a legal duplex to cover the secondary suite that they wish to add. I'm going to be compared to them for taxation purposes, and that seems extremely unfair given the income potential that comes with having that second suite in the basement and just the overall addition to their property. It's no
I shall
longer
ask for
comparable
your
to mine
final
or
comment.
anybody else who's on the street.
I'll ask for your final comment, please.
So just as my final comment, I'd like to highlight some of the inconsistencies in statements that have been made by the applicants, and I would refer you to the letter that I've submitted, where in one instance they say they're not renting, but then in another instance submitted in the city, in a letter to the City of Toronto, that they are in fact renting and are helping contribute to the city's affordable renting stock.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Panel, questions here for this speaker? Moderator, we have one more speaker? Let's go bring on the final speaker.
That's me. My name is Doris Dunn, and I'm a 96-year-old widow. My house is number 42, attached to the famous 44 Van Stassen Boulevard. My husband Russell and I purchased our home and have lived at this address since October of 1955. when the house was born. And I say born, yes. We raised our family here. This development, I'm going to go back in history here, because this development of semi-detached affordable housing was built on a market garden. It was low-lying land, and tons of fill was added to raise the level of the land. When we moved in, the house was starkly simple, and the interior wasn't even painted. There were no trees, no grass, no shrubs, no nothing, no flowers, sidewalks, or even decent roads. But over the years, it has grown into a beautiful neighborhood with a lot of hard work from a lot of hardworking people. My husband died in the year 2015, and I decided to stay on in the house that I love. And with help from my family, I've been able to maintain it. And never in a million years did I think that I would be confronted with the extreme changes that are being requested for this next door. The concept is the new neighbor's dream home, but it's my worst nightmare. The as-of-right expansions of these small homes is already too large for this neighborhood, and to then allow the monster additions to be made even larger is way beyond what any neighbor or neighborhood should have to suffer. I do not feel that that was their intention to cause such a furor, but unfortunately they have, and it's an ill-conceived plan. It just does not fit in and will impose significantly on me and my reasonable enjoyment of my home. And I don't think I'm a selfish person for expecting that. I think that's a normal right. It will have a definite impact on the value of my home during and after construction. And then, of course, there's noise and chaos during, which happens. I understand that. They will not be suffering through this, my neighbors, but I will be living next to it. And I just hope and pray that common sense will prevail when the committee makes their decision. Please do not permit any variances on what is already a very large rebuild of these semi-detached homes. And thank you for all the support from my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? Okay. With that, we'll go back now to the applicant, who will have an opportunity now to respond to the concerns raised by these four neighbors. In rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd just like to say that I share the concerns raised by the neighbors with respect to the timeliness of the changes. We did receive comments yesterday, and we moved incredibly quickly and worked very hard on making big compromises to the design so that we could proceed today. We did undertake a fairly rigorous consultation process. While our goal was to resolve concerns raised by the neighbors, we did struggle to focus our discussions around matters at issue in the context of this application. If we could turn to page 5 of the presentation slides, I'd like to first point out that the proposal respects the established built form of the community. These are examples of existing additions in the area. The massing and building envelope of the proposal are very much aligned. Turning to the following page, which is the proposed front elevation, I'd also note that the addition will be stepped back from the front wall of the house by 5.6 meters. The existing front elevation will be maintained, as will the height and roof line, all of which limit the impact on pedestrians and reduces the scale of the addition. With respect to the concerns raised about the comparables, I think it's important to highlight that the lot configuration for this property has its own limiting factors. The rear yard setback is the greater of 7.5 meters and 25% of the lot depth. This lot is quite deep. It's 33.3 meters, so it attracts a larger setback of 25%. The issue is that the existing dwelling is significantly set back from the front property line by 12.2 meters. So a very large portion of the lot depth is eaten up by the front yard, about 40%, leaving very little space in the rear. So theoretically, the house could move forward and be in line with other homes on the street, and that would resolve the rear yard setback issue. On the impact of the rear addition, I'll just quickly note that the variance sought is very minor. It is set back from the shared property line by 1.6 meters, whereas the zone profile permits a 0 meter setback. And these are north-facing backyards receiving very little sunlight because of the orientation, but also because the surrounding properties are heavily treed. With respect to the concerns raised about the size of the home, the relevant determination is whether or not the variance is minor as compared to the zoning bylaw and not variance to existing conditions. And I'll just stress that we're not seeking any variances to increase the permitted FSI. On the storm water management concerns, there will be no change in the area of hardscaping. If we could refer to the plans at A2.2. As you can see from the picture on the left-hand side, there is currently a poured concrete slab at the rear of the house, which is 15 by 26 feet. The proposed rear addition is within these bounds. The side addition is within the bounds of the existing side addition. The proposed flat roof will include a parapet and roof drain controlling the rate of release, and the deck will have gaps in the boards and sit on top of a permeable surface. So ultimately, it is more than likely that the proposal will not be contributing to an increase in flow rate. It will likely improve stormwater conditions as they relate to the site. On the contentions raised about the secondary suites, the variance sought seeks to alter the front wall of the house in order to accommodate the secondary suite. This is the issue before the panel today. A secondary suite in and of itself is permitted in the zone. There is no requirement to duplex, and I did confirm this with staff. With respect to the tree, Urban Forestry issued permit number 11202-310 to EY on April 19th of this year in respect of the removal of trees number 2 and 3. This permit was posted in the front window 2 weeks prior to removal. With respect to the concerns raised by one ERMAC, we did move a shed that was in the backyard. I don't believe that this triggers any requirement to contact the building department or the committee of adjustments, nor our neighbors. With respect to the issues raised about parking, I believe our recent revisions address all of the concerns raised in connection thereto, as well as the soft landscaping.
I shall ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Yeah, so subject to any questions from the panel, that concludes my submission.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel. Questions for the applicant? Mr. Clay go first, yeah, and then Mr. Byatt.
Thanks. Stephanie, you'd mentioned, you showed a photo, I think it's in the plans, of the rear yard. And I just wanted to confirm what I think I heard you say about the extent of the rear addition. Did you say that it would be about the same size as that concrete patio?
I was just trying to make the point that there is currently a concrete patio there, and that the addition is going to be smaller than that patio in the rear. So in terms of, affecting stormwater conditions as they relate to the site or the flow, it will not have, or the rear addition will have no impact on the current landscaping in the rear.
Sorry, I was just trying to get a sense of size more than anything. I was looking at your plans and I couldn't find anywhere where it told me how many feet or meters beyond the existing wall the addition goes back into the backyard. So I'm just trying, see that? Yeah, that I couldn't see any, maybe there is one. I couldn't see any measurement that told me how much deeper the rear addition goes off the existing.
Yes. Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Clay. So the rear addition is 13 foot 8 inches, 4.2 meters off of the existing rear wall.
Okay.
And then it is, in terms of the width, I'd have to refer to the site plan. It's 18 foot 1. And it is set back from the east lot line by 1.6 meters.
Yes, I see that. So, and the juxtaposition, so your client's property is south of the attached semi, is that correct?
So my property is to the west of the attached semi.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Byatt?
Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. May have to come back to me, sir.
It's late.
Okay. Let me ask you, how far beyond the common rear wall, the existing common rear wall with the other half of the semi, think about that. How far back from that will your addition go? And what I'm trying to determine here is how much addition there will be for the neighbor in the other half of the semi to contend with. How long will that be?
If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Chair, the rear addition is set back from the shared property line by 1.6 meters, and then in terms of the depth, it's 13 foot 8 inches or 4.2 meters, and in terms of the variance from zoning bylaw, it's I don't have my measurement up here. It's 2 foot 8 inches. I'm not quite sure what that is in meters. I think it's 0.82.
So, but 4 point something meters back from the rear wall. Okay, thank you.
Yes, correct.
Other questions, panel? Tell us, a recurring theme I heard from the speakers, I think 3 of them brought this up, was this question of the plans. The plans that showed up in the last, from what I can understand, day or two online. When did you submit those revised plans?
We actually submitted them yesterday. So yesterday morning, we received comments from transportation, and they sought to add conditions to remove the curb cut and restore the existing driveway with soft landscaping, as this would completely limit vehicular access and egress in any way, even for loading and drop off, and create an inconsistent front yard as compared to other properties in the ward. We took steps to update the plans and obtain a revised list of variances to resolve that issue in its entirety. And we did so to act quickly. We've been deferred in the past because of late comments received from planning. So we did everything we could to maintain and proceed with today's hearing date.
Okay, so the revisions you made were more than just reflecting the removal of variances number 4 and 6. Am I right or wrong?
Well, the revisions we made affected the removal of variance numbers 4 and 6.
But they, yeah. Where was the purpose of the revised drawings simply to reflect the removal of 4 and 6, or does it go beyond that?
Well, we had to make changes to the structure in order to affect those changes. So, for example, we initially had an entrance at the where the covered parking is currently shown. But we had to move the front entrance to the existing front entrance because we had to set back that side addition by 5.6 meters to accommodate the parking space.
Okay, I keep on, I'm going to come back to this once again. So the purpose of that submission of revised drawings yesterday was in order, was it primarily motivated by your desire to submit plans that reflected the removal of 4 and 6?
Yes, absolutely, that's right.
Okay. And 4, of course, was soft landscaping, and 6 was the parking space. Okay, thank you. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering that this might be a question more for Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer about the submission of plans that we don't, presumably the revised plans that we don't have access to or haven't had access to because they were submitted so late. Does that present an issue? Because I seem to get a little lost. I'd like to think that if they're revised plans, that those are the ones we would have to refer to, or we'd like to refer to. So I'm just wondering if this is an issue that might require perhaps a deferral of this application again until we all have access to the appropriate plans.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The revised plans are shown on the screen. What it appears is that the changes that have been made to the application actually betters the situation. It increases the front yard landscaping, and it eliminates the fact that there will not be parking on site, whereas the revision now incorporates the more or less maintaining of where that parking space is. It also appears, if you do a comparison between the original site plan and this revised site plan, that the structure becomes a bit smaller. So in this situation, the changes that have been made have bettered the proposal by eliminating 2 variances.
Thank you.
So you can proceed with a decision today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members. I think at this stage, we're ready to take this application into committee to go to a motion. Discussion first. Now,
I'll start first. So I
see,
think
just a moment here. I see that Mr. Nipfel is back on the screen. Mr. Nipfel, could you declare your status? Are you going to be voting on this one or not?
I will vote. I actually left the meeting and reconnected, and I was able to connect with the, to see the new site plan, so I feel comfortable that I can vote.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel is on the panel for the vote. Very good. I just interrupted someone. Was that Mr. Byatt?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead. Whoever I interrupted, please proceed.
No, I'm fine.
I thought it was Aaron. I thought Aaron started to talk.
yeah,
Aaron,
I just want to
I
start the
apologize.
process. No, no worries, no worries.
Go ahead now.
know
We're now
everyone
in
is
committee.
tired. Yeah,
Go ahead
it's
with your
just that I'm
comment.
so used to seeing this drawing, so I'm okay with that. I think the improvement of the new site plan is good to know. I understand that the neighbors are still a little bit confused, but based on my review, I think it is a significant improvement. And even, with the rest of the variants we're looking for, I think the numbers and the scale of the project is becoming minor. So I'm happy to say yes. I think this is a better proposal. I would like to support it.
Thank you. Other thoughts from panel? Anyone else want to offer thoughts on it?
Yeah, sure. I'd concur with that assessment. I totally understand the comments that we've heard and the folks who've called in and shared their views. This is a very unique neighborhood. But I would agree with Aaron that the actual variances before us are really quite minor. And the applicant, with the assistance of city staff, have in fact improved it from what it was before and removed, I think, one of the major irritants, which was the parking issue. I did want to say I empathized a lot with Ms. Dunn, who lives right next door. And, she's lived there since, I think she said 1952. Imagine seeing an awful lot of change in that neighborhood over the years as well. But I do hope, I can't make a condition, if we do see ourselves approving this, I really do hope that the applicant, in the process going forward, really works hard to minimize any kind of disruption that might occur to Ms. Dunn. I think she deserves it after that many years, holding fast in that neighborhood. Given her age, I think it would be appropriate that anything and everything that the applicant and owners can do to minimize any noise disruption or inconvenience to Ms. Dunn, I think they should absolutely try to do that. I think that's the least they could do.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. Yeah.
Very good point, Mr. Clay. I agree completely. Okay then. Is anyone ready with a motion at this juncture? Does anyone else have further comment to make regarding the application? I'm ready for a motion if anyone's ready to go ahead.
Aaron, why don't you go?
Okay, so based on our discussion, I would like to support and bring up a motion to approve this application.
Sorry to interrupt again, Aaron. It is an amended application that we're dealing with.
Amended application, yes, to support, to approve this amended application. And subject to, don't think there's any conditions, let's double check. No, yes, I think.
Through you,
I
Mr.
don't
Chair.
need forestry number 2.
Yes, if you look at the deferred package, there is urban forestry.
Yes, urban forestry number 2, please.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Clay. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. And
Mr. Chairman, might we also add in the minutes the point that Larry made, and I totally agree with him. This lady deserves special treatment, Ms. Dunn, and I wholeheartedly support his objective. I know we can't make it a condition, but is there something that we could put in the minutes that indicate our support for that?
I think it's a good idea. Can we do something to that effect?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can put it for the record.
For the record, that shall be put into the application, because I think all of us were struck by the comments made by Ms. Dunn next door and her astonishing long tenure in the House. Okay, the vote just taken was unanimous. It did carry the motion, and the application is thereby approved. The amended application is thereby approved. With that, at 8:41 p.m., the panel wraps up its business for the day, and the hearing is terminated. As always, I want to thank and commend panel members and staff for keeping their focus over a very long period of time on one application after another, keeping the same good focus all the way through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and panel members. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Sabrina and staff. Thank you again.
Sabrina and her team. Yeah.
Thank
No
you,
problem.
everyone.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Bye-bye.
See you all.
Good night.